Hello, kaiju lovers, and happy anniversary, MIFV. Hopefully, we'll get a few compatriots joining us in the stream here with me. I'm hoping to have members of my quote unquote creative team for the podcast, namely it's Jay Cambrick. Jay Cambrick, it's time. All right, one of our MIFV Max members on Patreon and one of my co-hosts on Henshin Power V3, but I'm hoping to have Damon Noyes at the very least, as well Christopher Riner, who is another patron and also one of my co-hosts on Henshin Power V3, is unable to join us tonight, but he will be in the chat. And hopefully, Danny DiManna, one of my favorite people in the fandom, one of the most frequent guests on the podcast, author, creator of the Godzilla novelization project, the wearer of many hats. He was just on the show recently, actually, so we'll talk about that a little bit. But we got people trickling in. I see. I've got a whole agenda planned for tonight, but we'll see. Oh, am I getting an important text message? Nope, that is not important. All right. So let's see who else we have in the chat while I vamp a little bit to get some people, to get some guests here in the show. So we have the awesome Shark. Hi there. Happy anniversary. Yes, 5 years we've been doing this podcast. And then Neil Reby, happy anniversary, curator. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Neil. I know we give you so much guff about being old, but hey, you take it in stride, and we got nothing but respect for you. And then we got another comment here from Jake. Happy anniversary, brother. Yes, I love it. I love it. So, in case you haven't, do be sharing out the links there to the stream. I think I'm going to be doing that myself. Well, and like I said, I've got an entire agenda planned for us this evening. We're going to be going over some, we'll say fun facts about the podcast, about talk about next season. We got a lot going on. And I can't wait to get to it. Like I said, hopefully we'll get a few people in the chat to join us. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to send this out to vamping hard. I'm not going to send that out into Messenger. No. No, I'm just going to copy the link and toss it out on a few of the socials. Let me see. Where's this go? Okay. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So I will put it out on there. Let me go. Okay. Well, I'll put this out on Twitter, Twit, Twitix, whatever you want to call it. All right. Let's see. There we go. So how's everybody doing in the chat? Let's chit chat a little bit here. I will say this. I am going to have a designated portion of tonight's stream to listener feedback and what people have thought of the show, and maybe favorite moments or whatever, just what the show means to them in the what it has meant to them in the last 5 years. I'll be going over. I did get one email with some sound bites from Edwin Gonzalez, which I have not read yet, so this should prove interesting. But hey, you can leave comments in the chat saying a lot of the same things. So go ahead and do that now, so that way I can remember to come back to them later in the show when we go over that listener feedback. Like I said, still vamping hard. And let me see. Okay, it's going out to Facebook, so I'm not worried about that. Let me throw it. I'll throw it out onto one thing here on Messenger, which is the designated chat or our Facebook group. You know what? I'm going to do that. Here really quick. I am going to toss out some links to our social media pages, namely our official Facebook group and our the Marketlight Lounge, which is also on Discord. I'm going to share that in the chat as well. And I'll also, well, I don't need to share the Facebook page for MIFV. You can go on MIFV, well, the Monster Island Film Vault.com page to find that. But I am going to, since I still need to update some of these links, and not everybody is aware of the, let me find it here, and not everyone is aware of the Marketlight Lounge Facebook group. So let me, is there a way to just get a link on here? Let's see, invite via QR code. I don't want a QR code. I do not want a QR code. I want, well, I'll invite Mr. Santana while I'm here. But okay, share. No, that's not it either. Or is this, what am I sharing? Am I sharing? Hopefully this is to share the group itself. We'll see how that goes. All right, here. That looks to be, there we go. Oh, geez, going out to everything. Well, there you go. And let me see here. Let me jump on to Discord and I'll get the invitation. Oh, it might help if I spelled it correctly. Oh, let me see. Discord. Like I said, I'm just, oh, there's my executive producer. Sorry about that.
And today's fit representing.
Oh, you're going old school like me too. Yeah.
Kind of have to. Everything else is in the wash.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised you haven't picked up the the shirt with the new logo, or have you not done that?
I have. Like I said, it's in the wash.
Oh, it's in the wash. I didn't know if you'd picked it up yet or not.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So Damon, my friend, how's it going?
Long day delivering mail in the rain.
Oh, you got some rain today.
We got some rain today. It wasn't cold enough to wear long pants, and it wasn't warm enough to not wear a raincoat. So either I was sweating or I was getting wet from the rain. It was like there was like no middle ground. It sucked.
Oh, I'm sure.
Sorry. No, that's okay. You do you, man.
I'm trying to make sure I spelled this right because I'm trying to take this opportunity to. It might help if I could spell things right here. I'm trying to take this opportunity to share some of the social links. You know, like the Discord and all that. Well, okay. Right. What am I writing incorrectly? Oh, it might help if I actually put the entire email name in there. There. Okay. So, let me see. And I might share. I don't know. I might. Should I? I probably should. Might share the link out one more time.
Oh, I don't know, there, Davey.
I don't know. What are we gonna do, George? Oh. Okay. All right, there we go. And let me throw this into the chat. This is such exciting live streaming and podcasting. But there we go. So that I put a link to the Discord on there for those who are on Discord and or want to join the Facebook group as well. Always trying to get more people to join those.
Just increase the algorithm. That's all you're trying to do.
Yes. We're trying to exploit the algorithm.
Exploit. Oh, exploitation. Yes. The hallmark of the white European male. Exploitation and colonization.
Yes, we're colonizing the internet.
Why not? We've colonized everything else.
Why not at this point? Okay, so you know what? I am gonna toss the live link out onto the. Speaking of the Discord, I will toss that out onto. Oh, and I also need to put it onto our. Let me see. I'm going to put it out. There we go. Oh, I guess it's already still pretty prominently there. Sorry. I was trying to take care of some stuff at the last second. Before all of this, before all of this got started. yeah, it's been a little wild. So a very packed day.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you scrambled to get over here because you're just that hardcore.
Well, as your executive producer, I feel it is incumbent upon me to represent the show appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I should have worn a collared shirt, maybe a loosened tie or something, but I didn't have time for that.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a little too much.
But here's the wild thing. Here's the oh, I can't even remember what it is now. I hate it when that happens. So much is flying around in my brain right now.
Well, it is a wild thing, and it makes your heart sing.
Yeah, yes.
It does everything.
It does everything.
Because it's a wild thing.
It's a wild thing. Yeah, so it may end up just being you and me tonight. I'm not entirely sure. Danny might be working late.
That's what I read that on the Discord, that he worked like till 11 o'clock last night. So
yeah, he did. And Mr. Riner is not going to be able to join us tonight, except he said he might be in the chat. But speaking of the chat, I'm going to go check on that really quick here. So we have Mr. Hambrick, one of my co-hosts on Henshin Power V3, and also one of your fellow patrons. Oh, now I remember what I was going to tell you before I get to the comment here.
Yes.
I'm sure you probably heard me talk about this, but you now have a cohort at the same level of patronage.
I did see that.
Sam Allred.
I don't
and
like it.
My goodness, did he send me a lot of requests? Now he has he whittled it. I've been messaging him. He whittled it down to 3.
Dinosaurs.
And then said, which of these looks the most interesting? And I gave him the order of what that I was most interested in. And through that, he said, okay, that's my official request. And I'm like, okay, next time I have an open slot, that's where it goes.
Nice.
But, depending on if he decides to stay at the $25 level, he may be joining you as executive producer. And I may just say, hey, you want me to do a double feature for you?
I'm sure I can pick.
Because he suggested a follow-up movie, because what he selected was The Last Dinosaur.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And he said, yeah, it'd be fun if you, because this was also one of the many things on his list. Like, you could also do Attack of the Super Monsters because they use the same T-Rex suit. And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's been on my list for a long time. I have a weird appreciation for that. Whatever it is.
You do. I see, and I'm one to talk because I have a weird appreciation for a movie that we're finally getting to this season. So
yes, that'll. In fact, the after episode 100, which should hopefully be out in the next few weeks. Fingers crossed. It's going to be a project. Yes. But I will be cranking out the episodes leading up to that pretty fast because they've already been recorded, and I am going crazy.
With the editing,
getting things edited. Episode 98 my goal is to have it out by Friday or Saturday, if at all possible. That will be Troll Hunter, and then it'll be our episode with Kim for Godzilla versus Megalon.
Certainly not the 4-hour epic that you just did.
Oh, good Lord, Danny. Danny. That's going to be one of the I was putting together some fun facts related to the podcast, and that was going to be one of them. I was going to mention shortest and longest episodes, and it'll be shortest excluding things like
mini
trailers and the standalone story segments, because that's something I've started doing this year. Right. Is separating the story segments, because I've realized that the narrative segments of the show, one, I'm trying to make the uploads a little shorter because now Podbean has a cap on how long of an episode you can have before it will auto-generate a YouTube version for you, and that's 3 hours. Oh, wow. So I'm scaling back on. So I'm like, okay, the story segments are going to be their own thing. Plus, I was also figuring that the story segments are for the most hardcore of the listeners, especially that's what my analytics are telling me, because the regular episodes are admittedly getting more downloads, but I think it's because not everybody's interested in the narrative, which is totally fine. I love the narrative. It's one of the most unique things about the podcast.
That's why I started donating to the cause. I mean,
yes, for sure.
I jumped on is
yeah, for sure. So I mean, I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm way too invested at this point, and I love it too much. But that I'm like, not everybody who listens is necessarily invested in it. So I started doing separate. So excluding those, what's the shortest episode, but I can tell you a little preview. The longest episode is Gigan.
Hey, and we tried with Giant Claw. We tried with Magic Serpent. We tried to be long.
Those were a little, well, I don't remember how long Magic Serpent was. Giant Claw surprised me because we crept up to 3 hours with that. It was not expecting to get 3 hours out of Giant Claw.
So there's a lot of content there to play with. I mean, like we said during the thing, if it wasn't for the bad monster, the bad realization of the monster, it would have been a halfway decent.
The ugly puppet.
And puppet, of course. And again, if it had been decent, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah.
So
actually, speaking of puppets,
yes,
I can't remember if it was 2 days ago or yesterday, but it's within the last few days. It was Jim Henson's birthday.
Yeah, that's a hard time for me.
Yeah, I understand.
Both he and Sammy Davis Jr. died on the same day.
Oh, that's crazy.
That sucked because I wasn't necessarily a huge Sammy Davis Jr. fan, but the fact that boom, boom.
Yeah.
My mom got sad and I said, what? She said, Sammy Davis Jr. died. And I went, oh, I turned on the TV and
Jim Henson.
Crap.
Yeah. It's about as crazy as the fact that, believe it or not, John F. Kennedy, C.S. Lewis, and Aldous Huxley all died on the same day. There's
enough people in the world that you're going to see spillover like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson both died on the same day.
Yes. And it was July 4th, ironically.
Yeah. Yeah. And Jefferson died first. And Adams's last words were, Jefferson lives. Oops. They didn't have instant communication back then. So he can be forgiven. But that's kind of a oopsie.
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing that's interesting, and you could be taken as kind of sad for me personally, is, and I had forgotten about this, but I launched the podcast because today, September 25th, 2019, I launched this podcast, excluding the little trailer I put out during G-Fest to announce the show was coming. So, today was the first episode proper, which part of our agenda for tonight, we're going to do a live reaction to that very first episode, which I have not heard in ages.
Oh, dear.
At least in its entirety, I've not heard it in ages. I played a little bit of it last year for the 4th anniversary, but I have not listened to it in ages.
I don't know how you can do that to yourself. As an actor, I do mostly stage, but when I have done film or something like a performance has been filmed, I cannot stand hearing myself. I cannot stand looking at myself. I question the choices I've made as an actor. It's like, why did I do that?
I'm probably going to do the same thing.
Yeah,
trust me. I will probably do.
You have to listen.
Sorry.
But you edit your own show, so you've got to listen to yourself all the time. It's like, oh God, I don't know if I could do that. My spicy brain would not allow that.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, it's actually not too far off from the conversation I had on Ryan the Omni Viewer Collins live stream, his writers roundtable, where I mentioned that, I mean, I wish I had a copy that was kind of handy to kind of show off, but my very first novel, Pandora's Box, when people ask me, it's like, what's your favorite book that you've written? It's like, that's like asking a parent who's their favorite child. It's a little dangerous, but I usually default to Pandora's Box, not because it's the best written thing I've ever done, but because it was the first. Because I look back on that book now and I'm like, I'm a better writer now. But here's the thing. If I hadn't written it, I wouldn't be the writer who I am now. So that's 100%. Why I think it would be fun to listen to that very first podcast episode. It was only 15 minutes long, and hear how, just like I said, I haven't heard it in its entirety in a while. I'm going to pause it, commentate it, move on, and we'll talk about it. And, just to see how far the show itself has come. So I'm kind of excited about that. But yes, 4 hours.
4 hours.
Now, I will say this. I know that this sounds a little braggadocious, but I think it's the definitive podcast on that movie. Not just because it's long, but because we get into so much stuff. I will admit, I was worried that it was going to be way too long. I always get a little concerned about how long some of the episodes get. But I will admit, once I was able to listen to it without when I wasn't editing it,
Right.
I can just enjoy it for what it is. I'm like, man, this clips. Like I forget how long we're talking some of the time, a lot of the time. It just goes.
And that seems to be on your long ones. That seems to be the general gist is you have 2 people or 3 who have so much to say, so much information, so much that they want to get out that it just moves along and you don't recognize the time dilation that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And you look up at the clock and say, oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Now I will admit some of that is editing enhanced. So there's a little bit of work and post-production to enhance that, but Danny and I are good at talking. We're good at talking with each other and making things interesting. So anyway, I'm going to get back here into the chat. So Jake, he said, I'm doing good. I did pause my first viewing of The Living Daylights to watch my favorite podcaster. Oh my gosh. That's really interesting. That's Timothy Dalton's first outing as James Bond, one of only 2, but still. Now, I think License to Kill was his better of the 2.
What am I looking for? Oh, here we do this.
Right. Can you hear me okay, Damon?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. It's
can
just
you hear
like,
me?
You just seemed like I'm ignoring the march end. Anyway, but
no.
I was just, like I said, I think License to Kill was Timothy Dalton's better Bond movie, but because I felt like in Living Daylights he was still trying to be kind of Roger Moore, and then you get the License to Kill, and he was allowed to make Bond his own.
Well, considering what this thing means and how much it touches you, I felt that this needed to.
What is that?
Nate's ego.
Oh, you've been sitting on that joke all day, haven't you?
Well, not all day, but definitely
a good chunk of the day.
Not me. Never me.
A good chunk of the day. I appreciate it. For those who are listening to the audio version of this, Damon just held up an envelope that said Nate's ego, and he stroked it like a cat, like Blofeld, going back to James Bond. Yes, Kitty.
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. Oh, wrong guy.
All right. So we have also in the chat, we have Cool Cat Videos, or Olivia, who has been the voice of Bunny Lass on the podcast and has taken such ownership of this character. I love it.
She's fantastic. We absolutely love her.
She's not like that anymore because now she's happy. She works for you now, Mr. Gomera.
Well, I was going to say, not me. I mean, I may be executive producer, but I ain't got the payroll to.
I know.
Front another person.
No. One of your characters who hasn't shown up as much as.
Well, you're off the island too, so.
Yeah, although he is going to show up in he's going to be showing up twice. He's going to make a cameo in episode 100 and he's going to be in the Reptilicus episode. I won't say how or why, but
he's doing a live stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. She says, "Hi Nate, just on time. My fall play practice just ended." Oh, she's doing a play. What play are you doing, Olivia? I'd love to know. And I'm sure Damon would love to know too. Absolutely. She's a high school senior. I think she's a senior. She's either a junior or a senior. I can't remember now. Funny enough, she goes to my mother's alma mater.
Serendipity.
Yeah, a little bit. And then let's see. We got another comment from Neil. Younger, a monster of the deep. It's from sir. From and of are 2 very different things. Small words make
Neil. That's a rookie mistake, man.
My friend. Like I said, we're gonna have a dedicated segment to talking about what the show means to you. So feel free to leave those comments at any point during the stream. We got another comment from Olivia. I listen for the story, not gonna lie. It's my favorite. Yeah, I understand. Because you got to be. You're an interesting case because she's not nearly as deep into the tokusatsu and kaiju stuff. She loves anime, which is very adjacent. I don't care what anyone says.
Yes, same thing.
But because she came in playing a character, she's been very invested in the storyline.
Well, except for you asking me to co-host the Gamma versus Gauss MST.
That was your first. That was your very first episode.
That was my first one with Michael.
Mhm.
But when you found out I was an actor, you said, "Oh, I've got a lawyer character I want you to play for an episode or two." Yeah, little did you know.
Remember that? You remember what's the line from Hawkeye? It's like, you remember Bogota. You remember Bogota much differently than me. Yeah, because I don't remember that. I remember you coming up with the lawyer character.
No, because you were playing Shadow of the Colossus.
Yes.
And I was in the chat on YouTube, and when you were asking about the thing, and I said,
yes, and I did it live. It was so funny. Yeah, I actually dropped kayfabe. It's one of the rare instances I dropped kayfabe, and I'm just like, "Hey, David, you want to be on the show?" My original guest dropped out.
Sure, why not? I think I can make the time. And then you said, "Hey, I've got this lawyer." When I said I was an actor here in town, and you said, "Hey, you're an actor. That's great. I'm writing a character, and I needed a voice for it. It's a lawyer." Yeah. And then you said you can do whatever you want with it. And so Raymond Martin was born.
Yeah, we've told that story several times.
It's a great story.
It is a great story. I mean, one of the things I've loved about this podcast is making this sandbox and then letting people come in to play in the sandbox, and then they add things to the sandbox that I don't want to get rid of. And I keep bringing them back, like, and expanding upon them. Like, things have happened on the show that if I had been left to my own devices, I probably wouldn't have come up with them.
I am 100% certain you would not have even thought about coming up with the Mott Priester.
That's one of our
there's no way you would come up with that.
I'm sure that is recorded somewhere, and I should find it.
It has to be.
It has to be. You and I, we did a recording session afterward. We were just shooting the breeze, and things come out of our mouth.
It's because I said
that's where Rushbot came from, and
Rushbot and Sputnik. I said that Gary had an evil twin named Jerry.
Yeah,
and that he was German.
Yeah, you were just saying it as a joke, and then my brain got a churning.
Oh dear.
Yeah. You set yourself up for that one. All right, more comments from Neil. The giant claw is as big as a flying battleship. I still need to get that sound effect added onto the board. Is it on the board? Let me check. You know what? I'm going to check. Maybe it's on the board and I just forgot. Because I need to reorganize my sound banks anyway. Is it on here?
You need more buttons.
I need more buttons. Wait, is it? Is it? Don't fail me now. Oh, man. Come on. Can't tell. Doesn't look like it. Unless I'm just not able to. Okay. You know what? I'm going to take well, first I'm going to log off of Discord here just to save a little bit of bandwidth. But and I'm going you know what? I should also probably log out of Facebook.
What?
All right, log all that off. And let me see, because I have a little bit of a cheat that I can use. Because I have a little widget here that I installed onto my computer that is what I use to pick what goes onto the board. And maybe it can tell me what I have on here.
Ooh, that would be nice.
Yeah. Like a little more clearly. No, I can't. It does not. So
that's
all right. We're going to dive right in without knowing what most of this crap does. So let's see. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. That's not it.
Quality live stream coming to you from Monster Island.
From Monster Island. Yes.
This has been Tangentially Yours.
Okay, I still need to get another one of those out. I just it's a part of a little bit of a behind the scenes state of the podcast stuff. I had a portable hard drive that died on me 3 days after its warranty, which is wonderful. And I sent it to a data salvage company. to get my stuff back, and they're taking longer than I was originally quoted. I hope that means I get a discount.
That would
But
be
you
nice.
know, now not everything on there is quote unquote lost, because I've got like 24 SD cards at this point, micro SD cards with like 5 years of podcasting on them. So, and there's things like Google Drive and all the other places where I've stuffed a lot of this stuff. So it's not completely lost, but there were there were multiple documents that were not backed up anywhere that, I want to make sure I have. Plus, it's a nice central device with everything saved on it. So it would save me a lot of time trying to find it all. But I do want to put out another Tangentially Yours. I'm actually thinking about redoing some of the Patreon stuff. Like, I'm in between, and this might be something to discuss with your fellow MIFV Max members. I might make a post about this, but that actually I should probably share a link to the live stream on Patreon. I think I will do that as well. But I'm wondering because I still have the blooper audio where I excise stuff and put it into its own thing, which does require a little bit of editing after I'm done. I'm in between continuing to do that or just uploading uncut recordings.
I see.
So it's which I've done a couple of times. So it kind of acts as something of early access and also includes the blooper audio. I'm not sure. Like I said, that might be something to discuss, with the patrons. Do you have any thoughts on that?
As you know, when we get to talking about stuff and go off on our tangents, it is an exciting place to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the writer, director, producer of the other the audio drama that we both are on, the Avengers, he enjoys listening to us go off on tangents.
Yes.
That being said, the bloopers are always fun. Especially
they would still be included. They would just be interspersed in context.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. I as an actor, of course, I want to hear more of the behind the scenes stuff. I watch blooper reels on every TV show that I like, because that's them being human and they're not being their characters, and I like to see that. So hearing the background stuff for a Tangentially Yours it's like the aperitif after the dinner.
Yeah,
it's the little sip of brandy to wash away the beef bourguignon.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Yeah,
so yeah,
sure.
keep it up if you can. Keep it up.
I'm probably going to try to streamline the process just to save myself a little bit of editing in the background. As I will admit, as much as I want to give bonus content to the patrons, the show
comes first.
Proper that goes out to everybody is still a higher priority.
Well, absolutely, of course.
So it's more just figuring out how to do it faster.
Oh, it should always be bonus content, and it should take a backseat to what you're trying to accomplish, because you've got to push forward with your main product and anything that is tangentially connected to it, like the stories, which have become less attached to the actual podcast itself.
Yeah. But I honestly think that's actually been beneficial for it. It helps to, it keeps them separate, because, when you listen back to basically most of the first season of the podcast, it really wasn't until toward the end of it was an extended first season, because it was like 15 months. It started in September of 2019, went all the way through 2020. So at that era of the podcast, it was occasionally attached to the beginning of the show, occasionally attached to the end after the credits, but most of it was just within the discussion itself. So I did that for people who may have preferred that sort of a format, with the stuff that's interspersed in there, but they don't need the grand ongoing saga,
Tune in next week to find out what happens to Sad Boy Nate.
I know what happens to Sad Boy Nate.
Well, of course you do. You are Sad Boy Nate.
I am Sad Boy Nate. Yeah, anyway, so more comments from Neil here. Says, I'm old. Grammar and old age don't mix.
You're not that old, Neil.
I just find it funny that the writer is complaining about being, oh, I'm old and sometimes grammar doesn't work with old age. All right, and then we got some more comments here from Olivia. It's like, okay, Olivia,
Nice.
is this? I gotta ask, is this like your anime Minecraft avatar or something?
Looks like it. Yeah.
I mean, I've met Olivia several times. She does actually have wild hair like that. You know, she dyes her hair wild colors. But yeah, so I'm a senior. It's Night of the Living Dead as a play. When is it happening? Because I'm going to be there and I'm going to bring a bunch of my friends because what? Light of the Living Dead is a stage play? You know, out of all of the Romero zombie movies, at least the ones that I've seen, that one probably, I think that one actually lends itself best to a stage adaptation.
After the first 30 minutes, it's an enclosed set. It's one set. You need a lot of extras though. Or a lot of stagehands pounding on walls and
yeah,
cracking windows. But yeah, I can see it. I think it'd be awesome.
Neil, the privilege of turning old is that you can blame it for everything.
Yeah, if I have to go early, it's going to be because of my sciatica. So, which is
no, it's next week. No, it's this week. It's this way, mother.
It's tomorrow.
Well,
oh no.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was going to record a podcast on Saturday.
Do it.
I was going to record a podcast on Saturday. I'm busy tomorrow because I'm going to a local mom and pop bookstore and I'm doing a reading of one of my short stories there because they do that the last Thursday of every month. They invite local authors to come in and share their stuff. Nice. Friday, I'm actually an usher for another play. Then I get to see it for free. Saturday, I was going to record a podcast, but that's being postponed. So it sounds like I'm watching Night of the Living Dead on stage. So let me know what time it all is because I have to see this.
That's fantastic. I wish I lived closer, but that's
one day we are actually going to meet in person. I swear.
I know.
We have to meet in person.
One of these days I'll eventually get to G-Fest, which
get to G-Fest. Like I mean, you got a whole year to plan now.
Being married, having a house, everything else comes with it. It's not easy.
That's why you start saving now.
It's not about the saving, it's about the planning.
Oh,
I mean, for me to plan a year out is
all you got to do. I have another friend who works for the post office, and he has to plan his vacation time out basically like a year in advance. So
December. In December, that's when we are supposed to put forward our annual leave days, and I get 5 weeks a year. So easy.
I mean, you can take 1 week out for G-Fest. I mean,
the problem is that it runs on a Thursday through Sunday, so I have to take actually 2 week block.
Oh,
because I ain't flying or driving that. I ain't driving that far. One, but two, if I fly out, I'll be flying out that Sunday, and that mean I would be losing stuff. And I want the full experience my first time out. I want to see everything.
Yeah,
which I know I can't.
I used to. Well, the first few years I went, I would leave, Sunday evening right after it was done, and then I stopped doing that and just stayed on Sunday night. It's easier.
Yeah, so I would have to take either take an extra week or call in sick on that Monday, and which I don't like. Which you did not hear that from me, USPS. I'm listening.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one. Jake says, "Yeah, I have to have all my vacation approved in January," and he's a beer delivery man.
What? Are you at least unionized, man? That's shady. That's shady for a non-governmental position.
I don't know. Some corporations are weird like that.
I thought when I first started with the post office 27 years ago, that it was really weird. Just come in and say, "Oh, by the way, you don't get your vacation days necessarily. You got to wait till December, and then you got to basically bid for them. It's seniority based, so." It's on the top of the pay scale. I get first come, first served. When I first started, I got nothing. I got the dregs. I didn't get any holidays, holiday weeks off or anything. So yeah. But
speaking of Patreon, I'm gonna show it off here a little bit. So this should be if if I understand correctly, this should be what paid members get to see. I had it set to show me what it looks like for paid members. So this will give you an idea. This is a little post I made about how if you're a member of Patreon, you can submit jokes to use in our episode 100 riffing script. So I mean, I've been keeping that pretty under wraps, but this kind of gives it away a little bit. I'm not going to say too much of anything else, in terms of details, because I don't want to give spoilers, but we will be doing another riff track. And this time around, it's going to be Destroy All Planets, aka you have Gamera versus Virus, because it's episode 100. And without, if you've been following the narrative, you'll get this. Jimmy and Kaguya are getting married finally, and it will be in episode 100. And since it has now been canonized that Carl Craig, the white Kenny, in this movie is in fact Jimmy, because his name is Jim, and my brain got it short. Crazy thing is, I'm not the only one with that fan theory. There's one other person in the world who made the same connections I did. So it's not just me. But yeah, so we're going to be riffing on that, and it's specifically Gamera versus Virus. For that, and it's Destroy All Planets, which is what the dubbed version was called. What I didn't expect was that I would have to make a call for as to which one we were going to go with, because there are 3 cuts of this movie.
Yeah.
And I decided we're going with the full 90-minute version, because that one was the one that was actually called Destroy All Planets. The other 2, as far as I know, are not, because the original Japanese version was only, I think, 73 minutes long. And then there was then they put in even more stock footage to stretch out to 90 minutes to fill a 2-hour time slot on TV, because that's how it was originally brought over to the US. And then the director basically split it down the middle and made an 81-minute version that was put out later. But if you go out and get the like some of these semi-legal DVDs that have been released of Destroy All Planets, they're using the 90-minute version. And you can watch the 90-minute version on the Arrow Blu-ray set, but the credits are still in Japanese.
Who needs credits, though?
Yeah, but the English credits are included as a special feature. But here's the thing: I watched both, and it's the same thing, just with English text.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing.
Well, there's only one thing I have to say about the plan for this that you have had, that I, of course, am unfortunately or fortunately, I haven't decided yet if I'm unfortunate or fortunate to be a part of this. But it is a simple quote, and I think you'll appreciate this, Mr. Marchand.
Mm-hmm.
Decapitate the proletariat.
I mean, you're going to be about half the cast in this whole thing, because there's going to be bookend story segments and then the riff. And in those bookends, you're like, how many characters?
Ray, Gary,
Gary, Virus, because of course, Virus is going to show up in this.
Of course he does.
Kevin Gomera makes a cameo. That's at least 4.
That's 4. What about is Crystal Lady going to be there?
Yes.
Mimo?
Don't have Mimo on there, but Mimo will get mentioned.
Okay, so at least it's a mention. What about?
Well, I won't say how he makes his way in there. That I don't want to spoil too much.
Yeah. What about Rushbot?
Rushbot, I may have to do a second draft and where I throw in Rushbot,
because there's got to be a rim shot somewhere.
There's gotta be a rim shot somewhere. So yeah, Rushbot might get added. But anyway, so I just wanted to showcase this. If you would like to, let me see if I can toss in a link in case anyone is interested in joining. If you haven't already, it says for as little as $3 a month. And at $3 a month, you're getting stuff like early access, shout outs on the show, which has become a staple. So, we, like I said, we just had a new member join, Mr. Allred, at the $25 level.
My nemesis.
Your nemesis.
Mm.
Apparently Facebook doesn't like that link, and it's giving me an error message. But okay, whatever.
Rude.
But anyway, yeah, rude. But let me just keep just showing this off a little bit. So you have this, and we got some comments here from Mr. Allred. There's been some zingers that have been added in the comment section, and then here's the uncut version of the bonus episode I just put out this week, because it was solo, So I was commenting about having to edit my script live and making fun of myself for flubbing lines and things like that. And you can see right here, like, I took 15 minutes out of this thing because it's 40 minutes.
Wow.
It's 40 minutes long on the podcast feed, and then here's my research notes and the first draft of the script. So this is a lot. This is some of the easiest stuff that I can share with people, is you get to read the scripts, whether it's for things like the entertaining info dump, or if it's a scripted episode, you get to read that, or scripts for the story segments. So if you ever wonder what Jimmy's actually saying, because I do write out what Jimmy's actually saying in scripted portions, you can actually join MIFV Max and see what he's actually saying instead of inferring it.
And don't worry, kiddies, he doesn't have a filthy mouth. He rides the line sometimes, but he has never come out and said, he hasn't dropped an F-bomb.
Not yet. Anyway, well,
he's getting married.
At least on the air, we've reacted to him. It's like, oh my gosh, what is that?
Well, it's because he says questionable things, not necessarily
that too. But and then the other thing that I used to include, this actually wasn't me, it's Jimmy. That used to be included in Jimmy's follow-up blogs, which unfortunately been affected by the hard drive crash.
Yeah,
which is why they haven't been coming out. He has once for the episodes that have come out since the hard drive crash, but we're waiting until we recover everything before we start churning them out. But now my research notes are a Patreon bonus. So if you want to see, read my actual notes and see my sources. I mean, I list the sources in the bibliography on the website, but you can see what all my notes and the bits of stuff that I didn't go over on the show. So that's the other thing you get to see. Here was the early access version of the last story segment. That's just me making a little announcement where I discovered an editing error in the Godzilla versus Gigan episode.
Oh no!
I did a poll to see, what do you want? Do you want the episode or do you want the epilogue first? And it was overwhelmingly in favor of the episode. So there's some pretty cool stuff on here, and I'm always brainstorming ideas about new things that I can potentially add for patrons, to keep them interested. And there's your neighbor's dog again.
I am really impressed with this microphone that you guys can hear that. Because when I do my D&D gaming sessions, they don't hear it. So you have great pickups over there.
I guess I do. Olivia's comments. I was wondering when you have my behind the scenes of my outtakes. Yeah, I keep forgetting. That's part. I think those might have been on the hard drive. So hopefully I get it again. I hope I get it back. But I've been trying to time those. That they come out in order of the episodes. So and those fell behind a little bit. Well, more than a little bit. Like I was starting to post season 3 episodes at the beginning of the year. So I was like a full season behind. I was going to try to churn them out faster. And then I saw that the next one I had to edit was an hour long. And I'm like, oh no, what was in this? And so now I'm like, I'm going to have to sit here and listen to the whole thing and figure out where stuff is going to go.
But then you get to spend quality time with your favorite person, yourself.
Yeah. And other people. Yeah. So, so there's that. But the other thing, because I don't know how, I've talked about how, I now put in there, because Podbean was getting weird. It would cut off the show notes when it would be sent to places like Spotify and iTunes, which was annoying me.
Huh.
Yeah. So that's why when on the Podbean uploads, because there's technically a Podbean website for MIFV. I just don't push people toward it all that much because I want people to go to the actual website.
Right.
And, that's why I started this thing where it's like, okay, if it's going to cut it off, I'm just going to just say, hey, for the bibliography to the episode, go here, and I put a link to the episode's post on the website so that people can go there and that's where they can get the bibliography. Because I noticed that it's usually right before or right in, or like halfway through the bibliography where Podbean would cut it off for whatever reason.
I see.
So I wanted to show off the website a little bit here for those who may have not seen it. So let me do a quick screen share here. Let me see. I believe this one would be it. And I don't people have asked me, it's like, why is the logo so cute? It's like, I don't know. I've tried uploading a smaller logo and it still does this. So you still have to scroll down a bit to get to the first post. Okay. Although I'm going to say right now, if you don't have the patience to just do that,
there's something wrong.
You were raised on iPads. I'm just saying. So, here's the links to all the different places for the socials, when, like the YouTube channel, which has some of its own exclusive content. So I definitely recommend you check that out. And then you got a little drop down menu here with the episodes. So, you can get links to the other podcasts that I've done. This is a page with all of my guest appearances that grows exponentially, I feel like.
A little bit.
Yeah. And then the full episode list here, which, let's check that out for really quick. Let's take a look at, look at this. Season 1's broken up into a couple different sub-series. That's what I had to do because I told this story. This was back when we all thought that GVK was going to come out in 2020. And I would have been done with all the other Kong movies, at least the ones that I took seriously, right when it came out. It would have been perfect, but nope, that didn't happen. So I had to do some filler. But the filler, this right here, that's where Crystal Lady came from. Yep. So can't argue with that.
He had to vamp like his life depended on it.
Yep,
and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, it gave me a chance to talk about DiManna for a little bit.
God, I love that series.
Yeah, and this was before the Arrow set came out. I almost wish I had waited because that Arrow set is fantastic.
It's so good. The remasters are so fantastic.
Yeah, it is. I had the Mill Creek release before that, which did look those were Blu-ray.
They were good.
Look pretty good, but
they were quite good. But the Arrow release was definitely, they cleaned up a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah. And then it was funny when I was going back and kind of putting together factoids about the show. I realized that technically, this little thing, I call it Kaiju Kings. I realized there's really only one episode that is technically part of that, because all the stuff here, was different stuff, was a part of different subseries, and it's just lonely little beast from 20,000 Fathoms right here. That's the only one that technically qualifies. Well, I guess maybe, not sure.
Well, have you done Giant Behemoth yet?
No, that's later this season.
I was going to say, because Giant Behemoth was a reaction to Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Yep. Yeah, I will be doing a solo bonus episode on that later this year. Yeah, and then you got the Year of Gamera when things really started picking up for the show.
And that's where I came in.
And that's where you came in. Yeah, let me see right here.
Oh wow, was it really that early? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Gauss is the third Gamera movie.
Because it should be the first, because it is awesome.
Yeah, and it was right before this was still one of my most popular episodes to this day, is the King of Monsters 2019. When I got both of these guys, OmniViewer and Brandon from Up From the Depths, when I got I would have been excited just getting one of them. The fact that I got both of them on the same show, and I'm like, I have arrived as a podcaster.
Starstruck.
I got both of them, and it was a crazy episode. Yeah, so things went a little crazy. This is when the narrative started expanding out. I'm trying to remember. One of these was the first appearance of Gary. He was mentioned a few times, but I forget which.
Raymond would keep calling for him. It's like, Gary, get my Lego pad.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember which one of these was his actual first appearance. I don't remember offhand. It's one of these days, maybe next year. That's what I'll do for next year, is because I focused on charting who's been on the show as a guest host and how often and what kinds of episodes and their first appearances and things. I was focusing on that. Next year, maybe what I'll do is focus on when did the characters first appear?
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. But Gary was in the middle of this somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where.
He was stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, stuck in the middle with you. Yeah.
Stuck in the middle with you, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then, you had season 3, which ended up taking twice as long, but it was kind of for the better, I think. I think I've mentioned this on social media. If we had done Reptilicus last year, like we originally thought we would, we wouldn't have had the new 4K.
That's true, and that would have been a shame. I still haven't watched it yet. I am keeping that for like a special occasion. My wife has never seen the movie at all. She knows she's prepared. I keep telling her how bad it is, especially the American version. And but she says, "So when are we going to watch this?" I said, "Well, I'm going to be watching both of them at the same time, so I'll watch the Scandinavian version first, and then I'll watch the American version. Can you handle it twice?" And she went, "No." No, I probably can't.
At least she's honest.
At least she's honest. And for all intents and purposes, the Danish version has more content, I guess. Because of the 2 songs. Well, it's got 1 extra song, and there's a whole other sequence and subplot that's not in the
right. Yeah, which will be spoiler warning, mild spoiler warning.
Yeah,
will factor into the story segment for that episode, which will be episode 102. So after episode 100, it will be the first Monster Island World Tour episode. After that, there's a Patreon episode after episode 100. Then we get to Reptilicus.
It's close. It's so close. I can taste it.
You've been like telling all the kaiju podcasts you listen to. It's like, if you haven't done Reptilicus, you must do Reptilicus.
You're the only one.
You've been on a Reptilicus crusade, sir.
For the last 4 years. Yeah, I have. And nobody else. Everybody else has either already done it. It's like, oh no, we're not really going to get to that one. It's like, then why are you bothering me?
Yes, exactly. And then so then you have all this bonus stuff. It did end, in terms of like official, like mainline episodes, we did end on -1, which again is one of those kind of blessings in disguise. I'm like, I got to end on -1, and I thought that was great. This is one of my favorite episodes. It
was a good episode.
Yeah, it was an excellent episode. It actually held the title of longest episode until Danny came on for Gigan.
It helps when you have a movie that is that good. I mean, yeah, there's something to be said for dissecting a bad movie and making fun of it and having a great time with it, but to have a movie that is that culturally relevant in the new era, and that everybody seems to like. I mean, when Pamela and I saw it, we were walking out of the theater, and this young man had brought his 60-year-old mom to see it, and she didn't know Godzilla from A Hole in the Ground, and she loved it. She she cried. She was joyful, tearful. It's like, that is what you want to see. And hopefully, I would like to think that maybe she would take some time and listen to an episode, but I doubt it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. Here's the thing. There's been a lot of comparisons between -1 and Shin Godzilla. It's an easy comparison to make. They're the 2 most recent Japanese films. I'm excluding the anime trilogy because that's kind of its own thing. And Singular Point and the MonsterVerse stuff and all that. And I've come to the conclusion that while the argument could be made that Shin Godzilla is more quote unquote artsy, it's also appeals more to like fans of weird cinema.
Yeah.
Because of how what's the avant-garde it is. Like, it is really avant-garde compared to -1. -1 is more of a kind of a crowd-pleasing blockbuster. But a very well done one. It's like a Spielberg movie.
Yeah. I will
it's like comparing Spielberg to Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick's going to do weirder, more poetic and esoteric stuff that's arguably quote unquote better, but Spielberg is going to do the stuff that has
Mass appeal.
more mass appeal. It's
a
very
four,
well done.
it'll be a 4-quadrant movie. It'll hit every demographic. It'll hit every genre, and you're gonna enjoy it. Whereas I unabashedly love Shin Godzilla just because I recognize immediately that it was a takedown of Japanese bureaucracy.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh God, I love this! Oh, to see the young people just hampered by it and just saying, you know what, screw it, we'll go around them."
Yeah.
And I love that because I would like to think that is what is happening in Japan right now.
It is.
And I have no problem with that whatsoever.
No, there's a lot of stuff that we don't. Let's not turn this into a Shin Godzilla episode. That's good.
No.
I have, and here's the thing. I did an incredible. I still think an incredible episode on Shin Godzilla in my previous podcast life. So I'm like, I'm going to do it again for Godzilla Redux because, spoiler warning, that's how that will be the quote unquote finale for Godzilla Redux. Will be Shin Godzilla because everything that's come after it I've already covered on the show. So I'm like, not necessarily how do I top it, but how do I do it differently? And I've got an idea. I won't say what it is because it's a few seasons down the road.
Right.
We're still, we're coming up to like near the end of the Showa era right now. So let's take our time. So
we are still on the baby steps. Yeah.
Baby steps. Yeah. But let me jump back here into the chat. Let me see. Let's see, Olivia. I get that you're good. You have the email still, unless you need to send again. I'm not sure what she's talking about there. Let me see. Puppet Postman. She keeps calling you Puppet Postman instead of Damon. Is that Jacques de Whip?
Jacques de Whipper.
Jacques de Whipper.
Jacques de Whipper is a TikTok like internet sensation. He is a former circus performer who then worked as a voice on, or not a voice, but a newscaster on NPR. And then now he's given up his NPR job and he goes to Ren fairs and whatever full time as Jacques the Whipper. And yes, that is a Jacques the Whipper doll. They were a limited run that he was putting out, and I got one for my wife for her birthday.
Well done.
And
yeah. That is, I wouldn't have picked up on that. Nice job, Olivia. And then Neil says, it's amazing that the Die Machine production values were superior to Gamera's, even though they were released by the same studio. It's because for what I understand, it was a different team within Daiei.
Yeah.
That's why.
It was also more geared towards adults. It was a period piece. So they obviously have, I don't
Lucky I love Jacques the Whipper.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. And then my other co-host on Henshin, I almost said Henshin Power V3 and one of your fellow patrons, Christopher Riner, under Peter Riner here. Good to see you. He couldn't join us tonight like I had hoped, but he's at least in the chat.
Good to have you here.
Good to have you here. So answer your question from earlier. My profile picture is my Minecraft skin. Not allowed to dye my hair, but in the future, I want to do the tips of my hair. Okay, maybe it's because I've seen her wearing a lot of wigs because she cosplays, so maybe that's why I'm thinking she dyes her hair for some reason. Oops. Again, she loves anime. So real quick, then you got the rundown here of season 4 with all the all the stuff that's been going on here. Let me see. What was your first episode this year? Oh, right here. Yeah, well, that was a little bonus episode we talked about minus color. But yeah, let me see. What was your first mainline episode in this? Because your technically your first appearance was right here because you were the red spider.
Yes, I had 3 lines.
Yeah, kind of. For 3 or 4, I was still very happy with what I was when I was trying to make you sound like a monster in post-production. I was very proud of how I made you sound.
It worked well, yeah. I couldn't tell it was me.
That's probably a good thing. But let me see. What was your actual first appearance? Oh, was it your Patreon? I think it was your Patreon pick.
Probably.
Number 88 right here, our first double feature.
Yes.
Which was ended up being another blessing in disguise because we're like, oh, if only we could have gotten that Blu-ray. Well, and then Mr. Corman just had to go and die. And then Shout Factory's like, hey, guys, you know what?
We're going to make a Blu-ray.
we'll reissue this one. Here you go. So I bet I may have bought it, and well, let's just say we're doing giveaways, and I'm one of those. I'm a bit of a practical collector with stuff I have, so you might be getting a little bit of the surplus here at the Film Vault, So, and then you go on there and you can get a little preview of what's going to be coming up. I don't have titles for all of the epilogues and story segments and all of that. Those are a little bit subject to change, just like a lot of the guest names that you see around here. Here's Giant Behemoth, as I promised. Awesome. So it is coming up. It is it's a British film. Yeah. So it's one of the, I wanted to find a way to squeeze it in there. This is going to be exciting when we do the Kaiju Crypt this year for Halloween.
Oh yes,
it's going to be all of you, baby.
What is it?
Because that's one of your other characters. You're the new host.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you're Vinny Kami. You're the new host of the Kaiju.
It's read by Raymond Martin, though.
Read by Raymond. So that whole episode is basically going to be like 90+% you.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be all right with me.
But yeah, we're gonna do. I'm trying to tailor this as much to stuff that's related to stuff that's been on the show. That's why we've done, the Foghorn, and was was it Voices in the Night? Voices in the Night. Yeah. So I was like, why don't we do? And I know it's public domain, so I'll be safe. So why don't we do a chapter? We'll do an excerpt from the Lovelace novelization of Kong, and it'll be When Kong Comes to Get Anne, which I figure is like, that'll be very Halloweenish. It'll be good.
Yes, very.
Yeah.
I think I've told you, and I know this will be later on for the Reptilicus episode, that I do have the novelization.
Yes, I'm curious about that one. I only know one other person who has it.
Yeah.
And the one he has is so old and dilapidated, he's afraid to open it.
It's very old. It does have pictures, stills from the movie itself. But once I read it, and I will be I'm going to pull it off the shelf right now, as a matter of fact, and I will get to it because it's really short. I'll let you know that maybe that could be another Halloween episode, since it will be have been a show that we've done on the show, or a episode that we've done on the show.
To answer your question, Olivia, you've only been on one episode this season. You've had one appearance as Bonnie this season. I think in total you have 3 or 4. I do think it's 3 or 4, because there were the 2 episodes from season 3. You have at least 1 this year. I'm pretty sure that's all. No, it has been 4. It has been 4, because when I did the funny little thing where it was Nate interviewing the characters when they're standing in line to see -1, Bonnie was part of that.
That's right. Yeah. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, too. So Bonnie was part of that. So you've had 4 appearances, kind of 5, because I did an extended version of it later once I got more people's lines in. So it's kind of 5, but technically 4. So, like I said, I think next year, what I'm going to do is I'm going to compile all the appearances for the characters. So, I am going to add this. I should have added this at the start here, but I did make a little PowerPoint presentation for us. Woohoo! Talk about it. I got both of the logos on there. I mean, I will say, as much as I love that original logo, I adore what Rebecca Hudgens made for me.
It's very nice
for this year, as it's just so wonderful, and she took the basic idea I gave her and I think made it even funnier. You
can't go wrong with Chibi.
You can't go wrong with Chibi, and they these 3 characters, it's Goji-kun, Bro Kong, and Ultramite. If you know Batman, Batmite, that's where I got it. They were initially inspired by Funko Pops. So if you ever see me go make a con appearance or something, and I bring the Funkos, the idea is that it's kind of these little gremlins following me around. But yeah, so fun facts about the podcast. I'm going to try to make this full screen so I can actually see it. So here's some crazy statistics for you. Like, I just crunched numbers here, and some of these I will admit they might be a little off, but we have over 200 uploads. In fact, I just got the badge, I think last week, from Podbean, that said, that was for hitting 200 uploads, not 200 episodes, just 200 uploads, because there's things like trailers and things like that on there, bonus episodes, such like that, and Podbean's not sophisticated enough to tell the difference necessarily. That's why it's just uploads. So here's the thing though. So like the sub series, most of it is, like a lot of them are actually season things, but since there's follow-ups to them later, I'm including those as well. So, season 1, The Conquest. But so that was 10 episodes in season 1. You kind of have 2 or 3, depending how you interpret it, bonus episodes, because I did one where it was a kind of a non-canonical episode where that was actually a project I did in grad school where I'm going over the King Kong copyright, which was talked about in the King Kong Lives episodes. It's a little redundant, but it's a different take on a different spin in terms of presentation, and then obviously GVK and GXK. Those are kind of another. I say one special report with an asterisk because that was a joke episode. It was an April Fool's Day episode where it was supposed to be Nate going over absolutely, because the big thing with GVK is like, oh, don't give spoilers. So this was Nate saying like, oh, here are my initial reactions to GVK, and he's just making up a bunch of BS spoilers, just to mess with people. And then, then that other kind of first sub series, I've retroactively called it Toho Classics because it's all Toho movies, and some of them can be a little bit debatable. Like, where do you put the anime trilogy? Because it's not really a redux, because that's called Godzilla Redux because I'm covering movies that I covered in my previous podcast life. The anime trilogy was not part of that, so I'm just kind of throwing it into the Toho Classics one. That lasted about a season and a half. That's why there's 19 plus 1 bonus. Summer of Mothra was only 3 episodes because it's the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy. Kaiju Kings, like I said, kind of ended up really only being 1 episode, which was Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Now, what was your criteria for Kaiju Kings?
It was just stuff that was not Godzilla or Kong, Mothra, Daimajin, because it was part of that kind of like that filler portion of season 1 to get me to season 2.
You didn't need a lot of filler then.
Yeah, well, that's because I already did Mothra and Daimajin, because I've titled season 1 The Conquest and Other Kaiju Kings, and and for me Mothra, well, because it's Mothra Leo specifically, because Mothra Leo's male, and Daimajin and the Beat, and Rhedosaurus, they all fall under that. But then I realized like the only one who doesn't fall under those other broader umbrellas is just that one from that season. So like, okay, so it's kind of the only one. And then Year of Gamera, the second season, that season proper had 12 episodes plus 1 bonus because I did a solo bonus episode for the original English edit of the very first movie because it got the King of the Monsters treatment. So technically there are, if you really want to get technical about it, there's 3 versions of the original Gamera movie. There's the original Japanese version. There's Gamera with 2 M's. The Invincible, which was, had new scenes with American actors, plus the rest of it was dubbed. And then you have Sandy Frank, he's the source of all our pain. His dub in the 80s, which is the Japanese version, but with a new dub. And that's where Kenny came from. One of my favorite lines from the first Gamera episode was from my friend Nick, who just flat out said, he's like, Toshio's a psychopath.
I remember that. Yeah. I was like, can't quite disagree.
I was like, yes, he is. Toshio is a psychopath. He's probably the most psychotic out of the original Kenny's. Like the original lot of Kenny's, like he is really the most psychotic.
And it's even worse because he's the smartest kid in the room. It's like you don't know. Stay away. Keep him happy.
So there's the 12 episodes, the bonus, and then I'm including the special report for when I had the Cellcast on to talk about Gamera Rebirth, which was season 3, but I'm still including it. And then Godzilla Redux, it's 12 currently. With Gigan, it'll be up to 14 by the end of the season. So we'll be up to Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 74. And like I said, we're going to go all the way to Shin Godzilla because I haven't done Godzilla 2014 yet. I've done the rest of the MonsterVerse, but I have not done 2014 yet. And then Amerikaiju, by the end of the season, we'll have 12 episodes plus 3 bonuses. I've done 5 interviews. You can argue it's 7, but the other 2 are the characters being interviewed. And then I've done 6 quote unquote special reports, which I've decided I'm going to start doing that. So for like, if something noteworthy that isn't a big release, like a MonsterVerse movie, a new Godzilla movie, or -1s or whatever coming out, but I want to make sure I want it on the schedule to cover it, but I don't want to have to muck around with everything to get it in there. That's what these will be. They will be the special reports. So, Monarch comes, season 1 comes out. I put that out as a special report. The Monster Island World Tour. Oh, wait, no, Amerikaiju was 12 episodes and 3 bonus. No, this is what I was thinking of. Monster Island World Tour. By the end of this season, we will have 12 mainline episodes and 5 bonus. And then so far, we have had 5 Patreon episodes. It'll be 7 by the end of the season. We have had 3 Monster Conversation Harryhausen annuals. And I've done 4 One Monstrous Moment episodes that the Omni Viewer puts together. One is actually a YouTube exclusive. But the rest of them I at least record the audio and put them out. Now, MIFV Max is what I call the show that I do exclusively for Patreon, but I have on occasion released excerpts from them, and there have been 11 such excerpts. But I think MIFV Max is up to like 31 episodes at the moment. But that's where, like I said, that's exclusive to Patreon. So if you want to get those, you got to join Patreon, and everybody on the paid tiers gets that one. I might change my mind. There's a free tier now. So for like people who aren't spending money, it's one step above public.
Right.
Technically, because I can tailor the content to just be paid members and free, or I can make it public. So it's just one little step above public. I might start occasionally making that an episode available to people on the free tier. We'll see how that goes. There's a lot of weirdness going on with Patreon. Like they're changing how they do things. Like they're still going to start charging people extra if they use their phone. It's stupid. It's beyond my control. I can't do anything about it. They basically held me hostage in an email. It's like, here are your options. You either pay for it yourself and get less money from us, so you take it on the nose, or you make your patrons pay more. Rock hard place. I
say once again, decapitate the proletariat.
Yeah, at this point. Now, I think this is actually a little off. I think it says 26 standalone story segments by the end of the year. I think it might be closer to 30. I think it might be closer to 30. I could be wrong on that. So, like I said, I crunched some numbers for you. There you go. Yeah. Thanks, Olivia. Pulls up popcorn. Love PowerPoints. Yeah,
except he didn't have his laser pointer.
You say, well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. StreamYard, if you try to get fancy with PowerPoints, StreamYard doesn't like you. It just makes everything stupid and simple. All right, now we're coming to what has become an anniversary tradition. So all of you who are listening, if you're not in the chat or whatever, you want to jump into the chat right now. We're about to do a trivia and a giveaway. I won't ask the question yet, but that is the next slide. The next slide will be our first question. Will be 1 of 5. However, before we get to any of that, I am going to show you what the prize packs are. So let me remove that from the screen so I can show you. And I'm going to go, forgive me, Damon. I am going to go solo on this so everyone can see this as best they can. So I've got 5 little prize packs, and I might negotiate this. And before I have tailored the prize packs to specific questions. Now what I'm going to be doing is that the person who gets the question correct, I will let them pick between these 5 prize packs. So that's what we're going to do. So I'll just grab the first one that I find. I've got a John LeMay book pack right here. Now, here's the thing, and I don't know if this would be more enticing or not. These are technically like his review copies. He just gave them to me in a box at G-Fest. It was like this and a bunch of other stuff. So, you might want to have them as collector's items because it has like his annotations and things. And there's like, oh, I need to fix this and whatnot. Let me see. And look in there, like, yeah, so you can go through and see what it looked like when he first wrote it. And he's like, oh, I need to fix that. Yeah, see, you see all of his funny little annotations. But this is also the first edition of that book. So you will be getting the review copies of the first edition of Kong Unmade, which is about unmade King Kong movies or related films. Writing Giant Monsters, which I frequently use on the podcast. I love this one because obviously it's about writing. And the big one, The Lost Films Mutated Edition. Oh, this is the one that got a little too close to Chernobyl. Are you still with me, Damon? You don't have to mute yourself.
I was being respectful.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, this is your show, so
I understand. I was just
waiting.
I was waiting for side commentary is all.
Oh,
yes.
Side comment. Yeah, well.
What? Wait, what? What worlds are colliding? What the heck?
I know Raymond showed up.
Raymond is here. Raymond, one of these days, I'm gonna make sure you get your own avatar, so you're not just using Phoenix Wright all the time. Even though I love that.
He loves Phoenix Wright too. I mean, a game based on law. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So that's the first prize pack. Then the next one I'm going to be doing, I'm calling the Wild Hunt pack. So you will be getting a copy, and I will sign this because I have a story in this. Attack of the Kaiju, The Next Wave. So it's volume 2. And let me find my story. Okay. Christopher Nigro, who runs Wild Hunt. I have one small criticism of what you did for this book. Your table of contents should have actual page numbers. I'm just saying. Okay? You give me the list of all the stuff, but there's no page numbers. I don't know where my story is, and whenever I'm selling this, I have to fumble through it or bookmark it to make sure I know where it is. But let me find it really quick here. Vampy vamp. I'm a vampire. Name that movie. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Here's my story here on page 169. The Shisa and the Dragon, inspired by an Okinawan legend that I researched while researching Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 74. And then along with that, because I ended up with 2 copies of this, because Christopher Nigro inadvertently sent me 2 copies, but his first werewolf book, Nero.
Aru.
Yeah. Also published by Wild Hunt Press. So this is an extra copy that he gave me. I have mine sitting over there waiting to be read. So you will get both of those. So it's a Wild Hunt pack. And then the other one that I will let you, that will be part of your choices here. The Attack of the Crab Monsters DVD that both David and I used for our episode because we didn't feel like spending $100 to get the Shout Factory Blu-ray that was out of print. And then because Mr. Corman decided to up and die, they reissued it. So we were able to get it for not a pound of flesh. So this is redundant.
Still the best Corman movie that he never, ever, ever wanted to have remade. Ever. Yeah. Until his dying day, he said, I will not have that movie remade. And I think it'd be a fantastic movie to remake now that he doesn't have the rights. Yeah. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I think we talked about this. We're pretty sure this is in public domain because this is a region-free DVD. Like, this thing is barely a step above bootleg, okay? And let me see who did this. It's Cheesy Movies. Like their logo is literally a hunk of cheese. Well, that's the 63-minute version too. And I think that the Blu-ray release that they got back is the more original version of what
okay actually it says distributed by Trionic Entertainment. Oh my god. Trionic / Cheesy with a Z Movies, because to quote Linkara, because poor literacy is cool.
Icon has
Yeah.
cheeseburger.
Icons has cheeseburger. Wow, we're going to lolcat. That's some serious 2000s internet right there.
Don't make me feel older than I am.
Yeah, it says for non-commercial private exhibition in homes only.
Dun dun dun.
It actually says any public performance or copying is prohibited. All rights reserved. I don't know if they could claim that or not. But, at the time, because the Blu-ray was a Shout Factory website exclusive.
Huh.
So, when I looked on Amazon to get this after you had made your Patreon selection, I'm like, well, I got to find it because I'm one of those people where if I can have a physical copy, even if it's just for the podcast, I'm going to go for that because I don't trust streaming services.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I don't, my luck. I have a patron who says, I want such and such movie. And I'm like, oh, this is where I can stream it. I sit down to watch it for the podcast. Gone.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
No, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. So that's why I just go with the physical copies. Plus, I'm a physical media guy anyway. So that's another prize pack you get. And then, this, I'm going to save that one. I'm going to save that one for last. But since this is more relevant to the current season, because again, with Vinegar Syndrome putting out honestly one of the best kaiju related releases that I have seen in a long time. I think it's definitely in the running for like best kaiju related release of the year. Well, it made some other things a little redundant. So this is the is the Danish version.
That's the Danish version.
You made me aware of, and I purchased it anticipating our episode, and then it got postponed, and now I have the Vinegar Syndrome version.
And that is the original. Oh God, that's
it's the original where the biggest difference, besides the language, because it's in Danish, not English, it's basically the same movie, same script. Except it's mostly the same cast, but it's in Danish, and there's some musical numbers in it, which is weird. That's a thing. But the other major difference is that Reptilicus in this one has wings and can fly. Even the special effects sequences are different.
To be honest, he had wings. He has wings in the English version. He just can't use them.
Oh, there you go. And then this is the MGM release. Now, Shout Factory put out a Blu-ray of this. They packaged it together with Tentacles, which I'm gonna. It's on my master list because it's about giant octopus. It's a giant octopus movie from the late 70s. But that Blu-ray was a pound of flesh. Oh, and God, yeah. I'm not going. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Even if I get two movies, I can't justify because I saw how much it cost originally. So I managed to track this down for a decent price. And then, but what the funny thing is? I can buy, Chef Factory put Tentacles out by itself, and that apparently is still in print and it costs half as much as that 2-pack, that out of print 2-pack. But it's, it doesn't matter anyway, because, you should go support Vinegar Syndrome for this. So that's the other one you get. So you can, if you missed out on Vinegar Syndrome, or, or you just, you don't like Reptilicus enough, it's a shell out that,
I still have all three of those that we've just shown. I just don't have the Blu-rays yet. I will find them. I will hunt them down, and they will be mine.
Yeah.
I must have all media when it comes to Reptilicus.
Christopher Riner. He says, Nate, you have finally made it on YouTube. You have spam in the chat. It's actually not the first time, sir. It's not the first time, but there's definitely a spam account. Might be two of them in there. I'm not sure.
Really? That's unusual.
Maybe.
I see.
But anyway, so you get a Reptilicus prize pack. But now I'm saving this one for last because I mentioned it last year. We're going to go over it in slightly more detail this time around for the anniversary stream. But since I acquired at G-Fest a massive box collecting a bunch of similar figures, I am, instead going, I'm going to, there were some, ended up being some doubles in my collection. So you get a couple of them. I think there should be one more. I'm hoping I will be able to find it before I mail these out. But these are a couple of Ultraman Bandais.
Leo and Taro.
Leo and Taro, and I have an extra Zoffy. I like, where did he go? I can't find him now suddenly, and I'm a little worried. But so you got both of these. That you'll at least get these two, and they still got the tags and everything. But like I said, if you watched my G-Fest, my G-Fest episode, on MIFV Max, so on the Patreon, I showed off how this big action figure pack with a bunch of different ultras in it, spanning like the first 30 years of the franchise. Got it from J Key of Toku Toy Town. So I'm like, well, these are a little bit newer and such, but I can live without them. Let someone else have them to add them to their collection. So, all right. So you get your choices of all of those prize packs. So let me I'm gonna get off of solo mode here. Exit solo. And then Co-pilot, I'll put the PowerPoint back up on here, and I will go to the next question. I will go to the question, but here are the rules. It will be multiple choice, A, B, C, or D. Don't type out the whole answer. Just put A, B, C, or D. The first correct letter I see in the chat gets to pick one of the prize packs. Okay? And it's all stuff related to the podcast. So either you can be a super fan and just know, or you could just throw in a wild guess. You got a 1 in 4. You got a 1 in 4 chance of winning on a guess. So everybody get back into the chat. I've seen the numbers fluctuate a little bit. Everybody jump back in the chat. Because you gotta have some fast fingers there. Might want to put your fingers on A, B, C, and D on your keyboard right now, or on your phone, or whatever. All right, here we go. All right, who has the most appearances as a guest host, not as an actor, as a guest host on MIFV with 17 total? A, Michael Hamilton. B, Damon Noyes. Oh, that guy. C, Daniel DiManna. Or D, Joe Metter. Raymond, you get one guess.
Oh, Raymond.
Okay, I'm gonna wait a second, see how many answers we get. I'm gonna see how many we get. So I'll give them a minute here. Do you have any guesses, Dave? I'm sure you want to say like it's B, man. It's B.
Oh, I would love it to be B, but I know it's not.
Oh, it's not.
I know it's not me.
Oh, you're such a super fan. I will say one of these people I thought for the longest time, and I think for a while actually held the record, but it was broken. Not just broken, actually technically shattered when I compiled everything. It was technically shattered.
Yeah,
wait, Neil, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's a lowercase a. I'm like, did he just throw in the wrong letter? I'm not sure. Okay. You think it's been long enough?
That's long.
Okay. Funny enough, other than Neil picked A, Michael Hamilton, which is a great choice. I will say this. The 4 people you see on here are the 4, near as I can tell, have been on the show the most. Okay, so these are the top 4. All right, but no, Raymond, you can't just throw all 4 in there and win. Okay,
he tries.
Nah, bro.
Well, because the legalese, you don't have set rules, so he obviously went for the trifecta, the quadfecta.
The quadfecta. Now, here's the thing: everybody else I'm seeing in this chat, other than Neil, has guessed C, Daniel DiManna. All right. So let's see who's right. Let's see if Neil is like the one guy who gets it right. Okay. And I should mention one other rule. Unless we just don't have enough people by the end of the stream, you can only win once. Now, I will grant an exception if we just don't have enough people in the stream by the end. All right. Here we go. The answer is Danny.
Danny DiManna.
Oh my gosh. It was bonkers when I looked at that. It was like, how has Danny done this? But and like I said, I am only counting guest appearances. Now, he's played several characters on the show like you, Damon. And it's crazy. But if I remember correctly, let me check my notes here. Well, I don't have it. Well, I'd have to rummage through it. But if I remember correctly, Danny has 17 total. I think it's like 10 mainline episodes and then 7 bonus. Michael, I think, was second place, I want to say. I think he's second place with 12, my friend. And then you and Joe, if I remember right, are tied. I'm going to double check. Joe's been on 10 episodes.
Wow.
Because he was one of my very first ever guests.
Yeah,
go back to episode 2.
I don't think I've been on for 10, have I?
Let me double check. I might have thrown it in there. Maybe I threw it in there because I know you've done a lot of stuff as an actor. Let me see. No, Joe's been on for 8. Excuse me. He's been on for 8. Joe's had 8. Let me scroll down here. Yeah. 17 for Danny. Bex had 7. Bex has had 7. That's a little more than I was expecting. Yeah. Michael's had 12, 7 mainline, 2 MIFV max, 1 bonus, 1 re-upload, and 1 other bonus. So he's got a lot of stuff. His very first appearance on the show was on episode 25, which was Dogra.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Where are you hiding? Yes, 10.
10. Wow.
So you are third place.
Wow.
Third place with 10. You have 7 mainline episodes, 2 MIFE max, and 1 bonus. Your very first episode was episode 36. Yep. Danny's was, I don't remember the episode number, but it was Congo 5.
Yes.
Which was the first time, because before that, I was kind of trying to make one of the shticks of the show that I was showing the movies to people who had never seen them before, and Danny was the first quote-unquote hardcore fan, other than kind of John LeMay. But I brought John LeMay on because he was a scholarly guy. He's one of the first big names in the fandom I befriended, and he was one of the few people who unironically likes King Kong Lives. So I'm like, come on the show.
Come on. It has its merits. No movie, as I always say when I do my little, even though I don't have a channel yet, do my own reviews on Facebook of all the Atomic Age stuff. No movie is truly unredeemable. There's always something in it.
I've seen a few that might be debatable, but anyway, episode 12 was Congo 5, and then Joe's first appearance was all the way back in episode 2.
Oh, really? Wow.
King Kong 33. He was one of 4 guests. Like, I just brought on a bunch of my friends, and I said, because none of them had 4 people on, none of them had seen King Kong before. So we all sat down, watched it together, and podcasted about it. I bought them food and everything. A little behind the scenes there. And also, I think this number might be a little off too, but if you include things like the trailers and things like that, I've done 30 the solo episodes, 18 proper episodes, and I put it as 12 quote unquote spin-offs. Yeah. So depending on how you want to do it, my first appearance was either episode 0, which was the first trailer, or episode 1.
Yeah, so, we'll give you 0.
Yeah,
it's a magic 0. Number.
Yeah. All right. So knowing that, now I gotta. Technically, it's Raymond. Raymond got it first, followed by whoever this guy is. I don't know. He's just got an avatar with a screaming man, and his head's getting split in half into a void. I'm not sure. So what do you think, executive producer? Do we give it to Raymond, or we give it to He's Passed?
I don't know who He's Passed is.
I think I might know.
Whoever I am.
I think I might know who He's Passed is, but what do you think?
I mean, I would love to snub good old Raymond. I mean, he's never done me any good. I mean, but he does want to fill out his law library, and having books always helps. But I don't know. This is a purely you decision, man.
You know what? If Raymond's done me a lot of good, I'll let Raymond have it. So yeah, you win, Raymond. So just let me know what you want. You said it sounds like you're leaning toward the books. So do you want some fiction, or do you want the John LeMay pack? I just need to know. All right. Well, let me catch up with the chat over here. It's like there's been some chatter, but I'm Tish. It says, wait. He's Past says, "No way, no." And then Nathan Marchand. I don't know. I
Wait,
think
is he
this
Nathan?
person. I think this person might be insane. I'm not sure.
He thinks he's Nathan Marchand.
Apparently, I think he's a little delusional. And then Christopher Riner says, "Dragon Ball Evolution is unredeemable."
Okay, is that the American made version?
That's the American made.
I agree. Well, okay. It's tough. There's always special effects were good.
Neil says, "You're very good at finding guests who can defend lesser lights. Lights like I think you meant like not. Was it like okay?
Lesser lights, yeah.
Like
lesser lights.
yeah, like Gamera Super Monster and King Kong Lives. Yeah.
Well, Neil,
I was very glad that I had Danny on for Super Monster because that was one of the first times where that was an episode where poor Nate is losing his mind. That was an early example of that, of the Nate is losing his mind watching this movie sort of a thing, which was supposed to be a fulfillment of the ongoing storyline because the joke narrative was that the board was torturing him by making him watch the old Gamera movies.
Well, Neil, if you think that is defense,
Jake is just being a troll.
Yep.
Dragon Ball Evolution was great.
Neil, if you think that defending those two movies is going to be good, just wait until Reptilicus.
Yeah,
that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, he's passes whoever I am. I guess Christopher Riner says, "Jake, we are gonna fight." Oh boy. And then he's passes, "You know me." Yeah, I think I do. And then I should have mentioned, oh yeah, we do have Elijah Thomas of ET13 Productions and Kaiju Conversation in here with us. He says, "You know them." I'm like, okay. And he said, "Yeah, they are very famous." Oh, I'm sure they are. Amongst the anonymous, dangerous portions of the internet. Yeah. And then Jake says, "Haha, anytime, Chris, but for real, Evolution suck." Okay. Here's Raymond. He finally told us he wants LeMay. All right. So the LeMay books are officially
going back to the
docket.
island.
They're off the docket. So
they're going back to the
there
island.
There you go. So I'll contact Raymond and make arrangements. I then got couple more comments here from Neil. "Your show motivated me to give me movies I don't like a second look." Okay,
to me's.
To me, it's a little garbled, but give movies I don't like a second chance. Okay, yeah. And he says, "I love Reptilicus."
But you have to admit the American version is virtually undefendable. At least it has been in the community for quite some time.
Yeah,
it just
now,
is.
Let me double check here.
But I unabashedly love it. I have since.
Okay, the next slide I had on there is the next trivia, but I'm going to be saving that until we do. This is going to be fun. Now we're going to do the live reaction. So this is 15 minutes. This is episode 1 proper, not the trailer, episode 1. So I've got it pulled up on the website. Hopefully the sound will come through. We'll find out here in a moment. So we're going to listen. I would love to hear reactions in the chat because I'm sure for most of you have not heard this in a while, whether you were there from day one or you binged it after you discovered the show, because I know stories like that. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's been a while. It's been a while since I've heard it in its entirety. So I will stop and comment. And Damon, if you just say stop, if you want to say something. So
okay.
Let me know. If there's something
you're giving me too much lead, man.
Yeah, well, I'm a good host. What can I say? All right. So here we go. So let's scroll down here. The very first episode. Welcome to Monster Island, which was inspired by that famous line from Jurassic Park. Welcome to Jurassic Park. And I think one fun fact, and I'm already jumping ahead. One of the things that is established in this episode is that Jurassic Park does exist in the MIFV universe, and they are rivals with the island. There was a competition going on.
Their tourism board is a little bit better, even with all the eating and death.
Yeah. Are you still seeing the page right now, episode 1? Okay. Because there's a little something I wanted to share with everybody. I was watching it a little bit earlier today. Oh, I'm gonna have to search it again. But I've mentioned this before, but I actually want to play it to show it to everybody. And that's where the apparently highly memeable greeting I do on the show came from. The hello kaiju lovers. I've mentioned it on the show, but I want to actually, for those who haven't seen it, I want to actually show all of you what this is. So give me a second here. Where's the YouTube short version that I was looking at earlier today? I can't find that. I may have to just hit one of these longer ones and hope that it works. Okay, that one has what I'm looking for. So, all right. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing on that one and I'm going to share this one really quick and you'll get it within the first few seconds. So please, YouTube, don't yell at me. I'm going to claim what is it? Where is fair use. I'm going to claim fair use on this, but it came from Good Morning Vietnam. Good morning, Vietnam. Hey, it goes from there. Did everybody hear that? Damon, did you hear that?
Of course I did.
Okay, I'm just making sure because sometimes sound gets screwy.
No, the sound came through fine.
Okay, so that's where it came from. So that I need to watch this movie again. It's been a hot minute since I've seen it. It's such a great movie.
I just wish it had known more of what it wanted to be. I mean, you cast Robin, it's going to be funny, but the material, the kind of the B story was just so. Other than when he was in the office, when he was making friends with the Vietnamese person, and just it's like, oh, dude, okay, no, don't be funny, don't be funny, don't be funny. You can do serious. I know you can.
Yeah. There's some of that in there. I remember.
I know. I just wish there was more because I know Robin was capable of it, but he was still on that image of being the funny guy. So anyway, it's a good movie, flawed, but still good.
Yeah, but that's where it came from. So anyway, excuse me. I'll X off of that. So now you've actually heard it. If you haven't seen the movie, I highly recommend it. But anyway, let's go back to episode 1. Oh boy. I don't know if I'm going to cringe at this or not. So, here's the original show notes, on there, listen as Nathan Marchand, co-creator of my previous podcast life, regales you with the origin story of his new podcast. It includes a vacation to a resort on the fabled Monster Island, formerly Monsterland, where he met his intrepid producer, Jimmy from NASA, who miraculously survived the infamous war in space and got a new job as the curator of the island's film vault. Between bantering sessions with his detail-obsessed fact-checking and interrupter of a producer, Nathan explains the podcast's philosophy of film appreciation and lays the groundwork for the upcoming episodes. And then it says, and what will Nathan, Jimmy, and their many guests be discussing first? The filmography of Monster Island's other most famous resident, King Kong. Hold on to your butts. So there you go. And then I put the tagline there at the end. Podcasting, entertainment, enlightenment through tokusatsu. So there you go. There you go. But let's hopefully you can hear that. This you can actually listen to the episodes on the website. So let's make sure this works. All right, can everybody hear that?
Yep.
Is that coming through? Okay.
Hi from Ogasawara. This is the Monster Island Film Vault, Episode 1. Welcome to Monster Island.
I kind of missed that greeting. Things were so simple back then. It's a little more low key than I usually do now.
He says, he's past says it's too quiet. Turn it up.
Turn it up.
Is that possible for you, or is that
I don't know.
Us problem? Like the people who are listening to it.
It might. I'm not sure. You may have to do that yourself. I don't know. So I can mute it. Can I? Let's stop screen. Audio. That's from my microphone.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I may have to try to listen to it on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because it's coming through fine for me.
Yeah.
Is anyone else having that issue? Okay, yeah. Elijah says he can't hear it. Okay.
Oh, bummer.
That's going to be a bummer. Okay. If that's the case, let me go find it on YouTube and we'll see if that works better. And then we'll do a comparison. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, Neil says no, that he can't hear it either. So
You can't hear it either. That's a little. Oh, wow! Oh my gosh! There's an ad playing before my trailer. Do I get ad revenue now?
no, YouTube does.
Oh well.
Yeah, come on, they're the multi-million-dollar conglomerate.
Of course they are.
They got to squeeze every penny they can out of the viewer.
Squeeze the precious. Squeeze the precious. Yeah, right. The longer YouTube goes on, the less I like it. All right, so let's see. We'll try the YouTube version now. All right.
Live from Ogasawara, this is the Monster Island Film Vault, Episode 1. Welcome to Monster Island.
All right, how was that for everybody? I need to know. Chat, help me, chat. Help me.
Hey, chat. You there, chat?
Because it sounds fine for me. Does it sound fine for you?
Sounds fine for me. I can hear it.
Okay.
But then we're wearing our cans, yo.
All right, Jake says it sounds good for him.
Good, Jake. Way to go, Jake.
Neil says it's good.
Okay.
So at least one more. We're just going to stick with the YouTube version. So
the no sound is a Patreon exclusive.
No, it played. It showed up on the recording.
I
think it's just, it's just. Yeah, Danny's here.
Oh,
Fine,
Danny.
But it could be better. Same for the audio quality. Oh.
Wow. Way to cut him off at the knees, Danny.
Oh, why don't you actually come on the show and tell me that? Yeah, come on.
Say it to his face, man.
Yeah, say it to my face. Yeah, come on, boy. Come on.
Don't be a paisan.
Yeah, you come on the show and you say that to my face. Yeah, I sent you the link. You can come on here. Yeah. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, so if that's the case, we're gonna stick with YouTube. All right, seems to be the one that works. All right, here we go. The theme song hasn't changed. I love it. I love this song so much.
Hello, Kaiju.
Oh, that hurts.
Suck it up, Marchand.
Oh, that hurts so much. Oh, it's so low energy, and I'm so non-committal. That was at a point where I was scared to do it. I was scared to do it. I was scared to go big in that first episode with that. I wanted to, but I was scared. And, so there's probably a bit of nerves would be my guess in that first episode. And I just, hurts. Oh, hurts. All right, let's keep going.
Lovers, and welcome to the Monster Island Film Vault. I am your host, the curator of this prestigious film repository, Nathan Marchand. If that name sounds familiar, because
this was all scripted, and this was also early on in the show. I was trying to come up with like funny little add-ons when I introduced myself, but I quickly ran out of those after like 10 episodes or something. So I just dropped it. I was trying to come up with like alliterating names or synonyms and funny things. Like it didn't last as long as I thought it would.
I was the season 1 co-host of Kaiju Vision Radio. a podcast I created with Brian Scherschel, which I left because. What was that, Jimmy?
Oh, the first Jimmy line. I love the probe droid. I'm thinking about going back to the probe droid.
I like the probe droid.
You're right.
Yeah.
As my intrepid
I paid to have the new Jimmy voice made with a sound engineer friend of mine who discovered, as good as he is, that it was a little harder to replicate the probe droid than he thought. And so the whatever magic the sound engineer, I wish I could remember his name, but the sound engineer did for the probe droid on Star Wars, he could not for the life of him figure out how to replicate it.
Huh. It is a rather unique sound, and ILM would be the ones to talk to about that.
Yeah.
Producer Jimmy from NASA has reminded me I moved on from KVR to pursue better things, like a master's degree in English.
Yeah, there you go. Check it off. Check it off. All the way back to the first episode. It's a master's degree. The ironic thing is, technically, I was still a master's student. I didn't have my degree yet. But I cheated. I said MIFV Nate had already graduated. I don't know if that's pretentious or not. Because I didn't get my degree until 2021. I've been doing grad school for a year at this point.
And man, grad school was exhausting.
It was, but sometimes I wish I could go back.
I needed a break, so I took a dream vacation to the Monsterland Resort. Now that's a name I'm sure you know.
Oh, here comes some lore.
It's on one of the Ogasawara or Bonin Islands off the coast of Japan. Back in 1999, the world's kaiju were corralled here to be studied. Think of it as Jurassic Park, only with much bigger creatures.
In case you came in late.
Sadly, there was that unfortunate security breach involving the key locks that led to near apocalyptic levels of destruction around the world. But the island's board of directors learned its lesson. Security was tightened and the name changed from Monsterland to Monster Island, since the first name sounded more like a theme park and not a scientific facility.
It does.
They didn't need any more Jurassic Park comparisons.
Nope.
Although they kept the name for the resort when they expanded into some commercial ventures to help fund the research on the giant monsters. So, I went to the resort to catch some rays and drink a few blue Hawaiians. Being able to see the
that's
monsters
from
I
Dora the
watched
Three-Headed
in
Monster.
many films in their natural habitat was wondrous.
I
kind of fell in love with the place.
It would be exciting.
That's why when I heard there was a job opening for a curator of the island's film vault, I carped that diem. I wasn't about to miss a chance to use my English and writing.
That line. I forgot about that line.
What a great turn of phrase.
It's not even original to me. I think I heard that somewhere. I can't remember where, but I had heard that somewhere. But real quick, we had some comments on here. Jake says, Nathan Marcho was nervous of being loud. WTH. Yeah. Wasn't sure how well the people would take to that. Danny says, "Oh, I miss non-committal Nate." And then I don't know what this is. No idea what that. Ben Burt. I don't know what that is. Raymond's got some commentary here. I usually hear Mr. Marchand through double thick mahogany door, despite the soundproof great set of lungs on that kid. Wow. Neil says, aren't the key locks on the board? One of them is the Queen.
Oh yes, Ben Burt made the Star Wars sounds.
That's right, Ben Burt. Now he was their sound guy. Okay,
leave it to Danny to throw out the
lore. Yeah, there's at least one Keela. Yeah, it's Keela, the Queen. Yeah, she has a name now. I think you stole it from me. Like, oh, your best lines. I don't know. I swear, I might have heard it on a movie. I think I heard it on a movie or something.
Danny coming in hot again.
Yeah, he's like that. Yeah, when he wants to be. Danny's one of the nicest people you'll meet, but when he gets on a mean streak, man, yeah, you need a Killer Instinct level combo breaker to stop him. That was one of the nerdiest things I've ever said. Anyway,
Well, it's
there's
up,
Ben
up,
Burt.
down,
Yeah.
down,
Oh,
left,
lots
right.
of people are correcting me about Ben Burt. Yeah, yeah, the sound designer. All right, let's get back to this.
Sounds like Ben
Greece
Burt was
is
a little
such an
butthurt.
exciting
Yeah.
place.
Oh,
I visited the island's radio station where I met Jimmy, a man who miraculously survived the infamous war in space, but he won't tell me how or why he's working
that was
here
a
and not
big
at NASA,
running joke for a
or
long
why he
time.
doesn't look a day older than when he fought in that war 30 years ago. What the heck, man? International man of mystery, huh? Hashtag Jimmy from NASA lives.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah, that was the hashtag I tried to use to like start promoting the show in the summer leading up to it. Hashtag Jimmy from NASA lives.
Yeah,
I knew going into it that there'd be like 3 people who would actually get it.
Well, now that you have a fan base, now that needs to be on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I did I put it on a T-shirt?
I don't think you did.
I'll have to check. Anyway,
he showed me around the radio station. It was mostly used for shortwave broadcasts to entertain and inform guests and employees. The old podcast bug bit me again, and I asked Jimmy if he'd be interested in helping me produce a new show about the films in the island's vault. He said yes, and now here we are. The tagline for this show is a podcast seeking entertainment and enlightenment through tokusatsu.
and I'm gonna
What
lay
do I
out
mean
what
by
the
that?
show's about.
Well, any kaiju and or tokusatsu fan will tell you that those genres are undeniably fun and entertaining. The colorful creatures, the bonkers battles, the crazy characters. What's often missed, though,
sounds like the podcast. Just say
are the deeper meanings below the sensational surface.
again, kind of like the podcast.
That's why we here at the Monster Island Film Vault believe in film appreciation. What's that, you ask? It's studying a film's script, direction, cinematography, and other aspects.
I sound a little pretentious actually in this first. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm always my own worst critic.
It's learning how and why it was created. What were the creator's intentions, purposes, and motivations? Most importantly, one must learn the historical and cultural context in which the film was created. Movies aren't made in a vacuum. This appreciation philosophy doesn't just apply to films, but to all creative works, including media like video games and comic books. You probably took classes in college on music and art appreciation. The best literature classes explain a work's context to help students and readers gain a greater understanding of the texts. My college
Yeah, that was among some of my favorite classes when I was in college, gotta say.
Shakespeare class comes to mind. I still
Mhm.
have the textbook with the extensive introductory essays on each play.
It's right. Where is that? Where is that brick?
Is that the Riverside?
Huh?
Is that the Riverside Shakespeare?
I don't know. It was the Norton Shakespeare.
Oh yeah, the Norton. Okay, so we had the Riverside.
That big red brick is somewhere. Oh, I can see the top of it on one of the shelves back there. Like you see where the little Godzilla bank is? To the immediate left of him, behind that stack of books, you might see a big red book poking out of the top. That's that textbook.
Yes, Jimmy, I'm getting to my point. What I'm saying is, the more
Some
you
things
know,
never change. That little, I never brought that back.
the more you will enjoy. And
I never brought that back. The more you know, little music. I never brought that back. That was sitting on my drive somewhere, but I only ever used it once. But even back then, I was like, I'm going to add these things. I don't remember. It might have been on the soundboard. I don't remember. Or I may have added it in post. I don't remember. But yeah, even back then, I was doing the little, the little cues and, sound bites and all of that. Going back to what I saw when, I was
like whatever
interning at a
media
radio
you're
station.
consuming. This is especially true with classic and foreign films. Non-native audiences, like most of us, are separated by both time and our culture with such films. There are things in them that will go over our heads that the original audience intrinsically understood. That's why I'm grateful for all the work I did on my previous podcast. It opened my eyes to things I never knew before. For example, researching Okinawa elevated 1974's Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla for me because I learned it was made shortly after the Ryukyu Islands were returned to Japan, so it showcased much of the island's culture.
And I'm finally going to be doing an episode on that in a few months where I can actually share all of that again. Finally.
Later, if I hadn't studied Japanese
And like I said, Damon, if there's anything you want me to stop it, just let me know.
I'm just
history
waiting.
and politics, I
What would you say?
I'm biding my time.
Oh, okay.
wouldn't have gotten as much out of Shin Godzilla as I did. I agree, Jimmy. The KVR episode on Shin Godzilla might very well be the definitive English language analysis of
Yeah,
that
but I'm
film.
going to do one
Listeners,
that'll.
I'll leave a link to it in the show
do
notes
another
so
one.
you can check it out if you haven't already. My goal with this podcast is to educate all of you not only on how these films were created, but
Admittedly, that was back when I was still willing to talk about my previous podcast, and now I kind of left it behind, and I think for the better.
ideas and themes they explore that were part of their respective cultural and historical zeitgeists. These are classic and/or foreign films, and they should be treated as such despite all of their fantastical genre trappings. By doing so, you'll not only gain a greater appreciation of the films themselves, but the respective cultures that created them. I focused a lot on Japan and the Japanese national spirit in my previous podcast, and that will continue in this one. But I'm branching out to look at other countries since I won't be looking at just Japanese films. More on that later.
I finally paid that off a little bit more this season.
To paraphrase
little
a popular
slow, my
song,
friend.
every country has a psyche. Who knows?
Oh my,
Maybe
that
gain
joke
insights
was
into your
lame,
own
but at
culture.
least
You'd be surprised when people don't know about
Oh
their
my
own country's
gosh.
heritage. I mean, the mantra of the Godzilla Society, which spearheads G-Fest every year, is international understanding through Godzilla. So this podcast is definitely in line with them. That being said, a typical episode of the Monster Island Film Vault will include segments I like to call Toku Talk and Toku Topics, which... What segment am I forgetting, Jimmy? The entertaining info dump? What are you talking about? Listeners, Jimmy has...
That wasn't done in post. I actually had a piece of paper with me. I did that. I will try to, if I can do sounds live, I will do sounds live. Like if I can make it myself, I'll do it. But a quick comment here. Raven says, "Aw, I miss pretentious Nate." Sorry.
He's a little pretentious himself. So
Well, yeah, kind of, but we love him. And then Neil says, "Oh, you sound just fine." All right. Okay. Thanks, Neil. Yeah. Thank you, Neil. All right.
just handed me the contract we signed with the Monster
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay. I've got comments about this.
Island Board of Directors in order to work here and start the podcast. Read paragraph 5 on page 4. What? This passage is written in font that's as small as Mothra's fairies.
I forgot about that.
wow.
I don't know if it lands anymore. I mean, I'm laughing at it, but I don't know if I'm laughing at it the right way.
Okay, I'll read it. The host, Nathan Marchand, hereby agrees to have a segment at the beginning of the film discussion episodes titled The Entertaining Info Dump, which would be a short, informative essay on the film being discussed. Said essay will describe the following: the monsters and characters, plot details such as the methods used to stop the monsters, how the kaiju problem is solved, production details about the film in question, and the themes and ideas explored in the film. This segment will comprise approximately 5 to 7 minutes of each episode. Jimmy, I'm assuming most, if not all, of the people listening are familiar with these films. It'd be a bit silly to listen to a podcast about a movie you haven't seen. Yes, I've done it, but... Yeah, I was glad when the host explained some things beforehand. Because my writing professor told me you can't assume your audience knows everything, but I don't have time to write these. Keep reading. Ugh.
Nate just getting exasperated by the whole thing. That hasn't changed either. Some things never change.
These segments will be written by the podcast producer, Jimmy from NASA, and must be read by the host. Also, the host is required to plug Jimmy's Twitter a minimum of 1 time per episode.
forgot that was an ongoing joke for a while too. Failure to abide by this contract carries the penalty of the host being shot into space by the president of the Monster Island Board of Directors. Okay.
That was a payoff.
Well, no, see, here's the thing. That was not meant to be long-term foreshadowing. It was just supposed to be a joke. It was just supposed to be an MST3K reference.
You can't have a joke like that and not pay it off. That's Chekhov's gun, man.
I understand that, but it was not meant to be long-time foreshadowing. That all came about because I was having a conversation on the phone with Danny, and I was like, I should do something big for episode 50. And then we brainstormed the whole thing that basically, in the end, became episode 50, where Nate actually gets shot into space for violating his contract. And like the whole thing with the board of directors, like it was just supposed to be a throwaway line about people not liking their bosses. They were not supposed to be supervillains.
But I think it turned out much better because of that.
I think so too. But like, I'm listening to this, like I had no idea what I was going to do at the time. Like it was just supposed to be throwaway lines and jokes. That's all. It's funny how I looked at what I had done and then just decided, what can I do with this that I hadn't been planning on doing before? And then, yeah. Funny how that works out. But, when you invite crazy people like Damon here to play in your sandbox.
Sure. Blame it all on the voice actor.
Yeah. Raymond, sounds like writing out a legal brief. Can't assume the opposing counsel nor the judge knows the law as well as I do. Yes, Raymond. Yes. Let this be a lesson to you, listeners. Always read the fine print. Moving on. The Toku Talk segment will be an in-depth roundtable discussion of the film with 1 to 4 of my rotating roster of co-hosts. Said co-hosts will be selected from the best and brightest of Monster Island's tourists. Well, there you go. Everybody who's been on the show, you're among the best and brightest to come to this island.
I don't know if that's right.
Just keeping me honest, huh?
That hasn't changed either.
Anyway, the tourists I'm inviting to the screening hall and recording studio will include both newcomers and veteran fans. You might know
okay. I guess I was going to bring on veteran fans at that
Well,
point.
there you
It's
go.
very early on. It was really focused on newcomers.
Some of them: Nick Hayden, Danny DiManna, Ben Avery, and John LeMay.
Oh, look at me name dropping. Look at that. Look at that. Dropping names like bombs there.
It's like your reputation is bigger than a battleship.
Need to find that and put it back on.
I'll be getting the reactions, analyses, and reviews as we dissect each film. I'm hoping to get a variety of opinions with such an eclectic bunch of cohorts joining me. The Toku Topics segment is one I'm particularly proud of. Here, the tourists and I will take our film analyses a step further by discussing topics brought up by the movie or that were contemporaneous with its release. These could be historical, cultural, economical, or political. For example,
Or scientific. Looking at you, antimatter.
Well, what about carcinization?
Yeah, that one too.
it'd be impossible to talk about the original 1954 Godzilla without discussing the Castle Bravo nuclear test and the Lucky Dragon number 5 incident.
Yeah, but I talked about those, but not in as much detail in the episode when I actually covered it. Or no. Well, no, I talked. Well, wait. No,
You know what it was?
It was that in the occupation. That's what it was.
The American government got to you and made you censor yourself.
Oh, I didn't realize they could reach all the way to Ogasawara. That's impressive.
Well, they were occupying Japan, so you know.
This is true. All right.
Understand that film and the effect it had on its original audience, and by extension, I hope, to be more affected by it yourself, you need this knowledge. Let me tell you, all this research has made me see these films in different lights. Not every episode will be a full discussion, though. Some will be mini.
Hey, this part kind of got dropped, but we'll.
These are wild cards because they could be one of several things. They could be mini-analysis audio essays on films or TV episodes, or interviews with prominent figures in the kaiju fandom, even comedy sketches I've written. There's even one where you could participate, listeners. Any and all feedback I receive...
I don't even remember what I meant by that. Because I didn't start the Patreon until like a year and a half into the show's life. I don't remember what that was. I don't. I wish I could remember, but I don't.
Via the podcast email address, which you'll hear about during the credits, will be...
I don't use that email address anymore, so please don't use it anymore. It might get sent to my spam.
Read and answered by yours truly once I accumulate enough messages. Those are just a few of my ideas. They'll be the sorts of things I wouldn't normally include in a full episode. Now that I've laid the groundwork, I'm ready to announce the subject of our first series of episodes.
You might want to plug your ears to prevent bleeding.
KVR, I cover the Godzilla
Nate didn't get loud enough in this episode, but someone else is about to make up for it.
film series from the 1954 original to Shin Godzilla. Here, I'm going to start with the filmography of Monster Island's other most famous resident, the King of Skull Island, a not-so-gentleman who prefers...
Look at me being this big monkey's hype man here. Look at that.
prefers blondes. The eighth wonder of the world, Kong! Holy frick! My ears are ringing. Give me a second. I'm sorry, listeners.
That performance could have been a little better, I think. Again, I wasn't quite as committed in that first episode. I think that's a little bit of a problem with this first one. I was just not as committed to the bit. I think because I was nervous because I knew it was like, if I come out of the gate doing this, it's going to be different. And I don't know how well it's going to be received.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. My eardrums have stopped rattling. Yes, I can hear you, Jimmy. What was that? King Kong? How did he... He climbed the mountain housing this facility? Why? Don't tell me he's chasing another blonde intern.
He's chasing Jimmy from NASA. Jimmy is blonde.
Actually, I think he's supposed to be a redhead, but
oh, really? I thought he was blonde.
I don't know. He looks like a brunette to me in the movie, but
well, as a kid, he was a blonde, right?
No, I think he had. I think he was a brunette.
Huh.
I think Carl Cred's a brunette.
Am I giving him mixed up with the one from the little submarine that goes inside Gamera?
Oh, from Zigra?
No, that wasn't Zigra.
No, Jiger. Excuse me.
Jiger. Yeah, Jiger.
Yeah, they start blending together after a while. Jiger.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. You might be. You might be, but
sad.
Chasing after another blonde intern. Oh, someone's gonna Me Too Kong. That would be an amazing parody, actually. You know, King Kong gets Me Too'd by him. Gets Me
as well. He should. Right? He has a really bad track record.
Yeah, and Darrow takes him to court.
Oh. Raymond has to defend him.
There you go. Future storyline right there.
There
the trial of King Kong.
This is what happens.
It's probably not going to happen, but it would be funny. That might at least be like a thing that gets mentioned at some point during the show. It's like, here's today's news. Raymond Martin to represent Kong in new case.
In a couple of supposedly Raymond is supposed to show up, and it's always Gary, and he says because he's busy defending Kong.
Yeah.
Hold Kong accountable.
Danny.
Yes.
Take old Kong accountable.
He just doesn't respect boundaries, man.
Well, and the thing is according to the lore of the show, Lady Kong is on the island. But they're like separated because she's upset that he keeps chasing after human women. which is why Kong has a drinking problem. Like, this is all stuff that's been on the show at some point or another. Yeah, Neil says, a flying battleship. And then we got Raymond saying, the Macross 1, the Yamato, Atragon. Those are the only flying battleships I'm aware. Yeah, but what about helicarriers? Helicarriers. Come on, Raymond. Helicarriers.
They're more aircraft carriers though. So.
But they got armaments. I mean, come on.
Yeah, sure.
Christopher Riner says, but I'm in the what?
The Bat in the
Sun has cast Jason Font as Batman in their Batman 89 project, another project we will never see finished. Okay, he's just giving us the news that is news there, I guess. Thanks. Let me see. Trial of King Kong, next April Fool's episode. That would
nice.
I'm thinking about doing the Snarky Boneheads thing again, but that might just be one of the news items that they read. Because they're going over the news that's going on the island, because it's supposed to be like a morning radio show. So one of the things they do is they talk about, the latest headlines or in the weather and things like that. So maybe that's what they'll do, is just talk about how Kong's going to trial, represented by Raymond. Speaking of Raymond, he says, me can just grab him by torso, Kong on access on. Oh,
that's good.
That's Raymond, good. You got your work cut out for it. And then Edwin Gonzalez making his comment. Another patron. Great to have him back. Outdated models. Tri-carrier. You got Tri-carrier instead of helicarrier. Here's another one we see. Boneheads and someone who's on fire. Matchstick. Oh, he's talking about the Johnny Storm, because I just played Johnny Storm. All right. And Johnny was in Deadpool and Wolverine, spoiler warning. He heard me talking about him on the show? How? You broadcasted the show over the island's PA system? That's only supposed to be used to play soothing music to keep the monsters calm, right? We need to bring that back. The Monster Island ASMR to keep the monsters happy.
Then it's got to be, it's got to be the words get stuck in my throat on constant loop.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that part, and that would be funny to do again. Like he just hooked it up. Like this was back when Jimmy would just like prank porn. They barely know each other at this point, so they're just trying to find ways to poke each other as much as possible in these early episodes.
I mean, they still don't.
Oh, they do, but now they're actually best friends. This was more like this is more of a coworker thing. They're still figuring out their rapport and everything. You thought the kaiju would like the show, and Kong was so excited. There's a lot being said in in all that droid chatter. I'm just saying. Here, I was starting with his films. He climbed the mountain. Wow, there was so much in that. And to thank me personally on the air. I do appreciate the sentiment, but we do need to get him down the mountain. Jimmy, launch your aerial drones. Oh, forgot he had drones all the way back then. Wow. I guess that some things never change. Kong's not fond of airplanes. Forgot about that line. Kong doesn't like airplanes.
I wonder why.
Oh, we got more comments from Raymond. The love pocket.
Nope.
Runs
lore pocket.
The lore pocket. Okay, I thought it said love pocket. What the heck are you talking about?
Oh, it's lore pocket.
Yeah, it's hard. I can't. The screen's a little far away there. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we shall overcome. Oh, deep cut. That's one of Jimmy's lines from the movie. Regardless, our journey will take us from the original 1933 classic and culminate with the Eighth Wonder's epic rematch with the King of the Monsters in 2020's Godzilla vs. Kong. About that.
Well, missed it by that much.
It'll be quite the venture. Oh, that hurt even me. What they did there, the boat in the original Kong film? No? So, he knew even back then it wasn't going to work. Next episode, we'll begin our chronological coverage with the original King Kong, which will feature several of my favorite tourists as my guest hosts. It's sure to be, as Carl Denham himself said, a show to gratify your curiosity. In the meantime, you can watch my G-Fest panel videos on the podcast YouTube channel. See you then. Jimmy, did you launch those drones yet? The Wi-Fi went out? Dag nabbit. Ugh. Cue credits.
Okay, that was just, I'm going to, again, I stumbled into that. That is a sign up. That was just supposed to be a one-off in this episode. And then I just kept breaking it back.
You don't mess with perfection, Mr. Marchand.
Apparently you don't. Also, I would like to point out that YouTube now has auto-generated chapters for this episode, and it says intro, story, talk, and King Kong. Okay. Anyway,
It could be worse.
so the original
Thank you
credits.
for listening to the Monster Island Film Vault, a podcast produced and hosted by Nathan Marchand. If you enjoy the show and want to join the discussion, we'd love to hear from you. So email us at feedback@monsterislandfilmvault.com.
Whatever you do, please don't use that anymore. It was sending some of the messages went to spam and they went unread. So there were listeners who thought I was ignoring them.
Oh, that's a shame.
So please don't use that anymore. Please. If you're here, if you're listening to this now and you're still listening to the old episodes, don't use that. Please don't use that. No.
And if you can't see
bro.
this, since you're not seeing this, it's on audio. He's shaking his
I'm
head violently.
shaking my
from
head.
side
Nah,
to
bro. Nah, bro. No.
Your message could be read on a future episode of the show. Our website is monsterislandfilmvault.com. Follow us on Facebook at Monster Island Film Vault and on Twitter, where our handle is the Monster Isla 1. You can also follow Jimmy from NASA on Twitter at NASA Jimmy.
This was back when
So-
they didn't, when there was a little bit of animosity there, but I think it was
So
more directed at
reluctant.
the board. Yeah, it's more directed at the board, I think.
Fulfilled my contractual obligations.
Oh, that little catchphrase. I'm trying to bring it back. You wanted me to bring it back. I'm trying to bring it back.
It's a great catchphrase, especially when you go over the top with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Podcast
That was much more of a running gag back
Yeah.
then.
You do have good instincts. I mean, the instincts are there, if not quite as visceral yet.
Yeah.
But you have the good instincts, so you just got to lean into them.
Mm-hmm.
It's created by Tyler Souls from TylerDrawsComics.com. Our theme song is Wander on the Offensive, live edit by B33J, Sarax, Juan Madrano, and Nonsensical Lexus, which is a remix of Counterattack, Battle with the Colossus, and The Open Way, Battle with the Colossus by Ko Otani from the video game Shadow of the Colossus. It can be downloaded from ocremix.org.
Oh, I forgot I said that you could actually go download the theme song. I don't do that anymore. I think I did. I cut it for time. But yeah, I used to do that. There you go.
All film and audio clips belong to their respective copyright holders, and no infringement is intended or implied. The show is available on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, YouTube, and other fine podcatchers. Please rate and review the podcast to help spread the word about the show. The Monster Island Film Vault is a Moonlighting Ninjas media production. Sayonara!
Chilling.
Yeah, a lot of that's still the same, obviously. Oh, and it goes right into the next episode. Wait, stop it. Stop it. We're done. That's enough. That's enough now. Okay, that's enough. Okay.
Bad
That'll
YouTube.
do, Nate. That'll do it. That'll do, Nate. That'll do. All right. Let me see. Oh, we got another comment from Reem. Oh no, that's the same one about the lore pocket. Yeah, so that was interesting. I would say my biggest critique of myself in that one is I'm not committed enough to the bit. So, yeah. What, Damon? Now you're shaking your head at me.
Shameful that you wouldn't commit to the bit.
But
But I get it. You were a little gun shy coming off your other podcast, and it's hard to take that step and see where it's going to go. You do that like people who just get into stand-up comedy do the same things. Like, do I commit? Do I not? If I don't commit, it won't go anywhere. But if I do commit and it falls flat, so it's an either or situation. I mean, where would Andrew Dice Clay be without the Dice Man? Probably still doing gigs, but
yeah. All right, so with that, I think we've thoroughly analyzed that. But there you go. The new episode, the first episode's going to be back out on the feed again, and I didn't get a copyright claim from myself.
I would talk to Raymond about that.
Oh, okay. But the stream didn't get shut down. All right, but with that, it's now time for another giveaway. I don't want to space these out too much. However, I did just realize there was one prize I forgot to mention, and I want to make sure I mention it. I think what I'm going to do, since we already gave the books away, I'm thinking, what do you think, Raymond? I mean, not Raymond. Why am I getting you and Raymond mixed up? It's Damon, Raymond. It's close enough.
It sounds close enough.
It's close. It's close enough. It's close enough. But no, with Raymond. And I did it again. Damon. Right hand flip. Anyway,
he is head of legal, and you're giving away stuff, which
yeah. So Damon,
yes.
There's one other thing that I'm going to mention, and it is relevant to the next to episode 100. If you want to get this, is coming. It hasn't arrived yet, or else I'll be showing it off on streams. Probably why I forgot about it, but it should be arriving soon. So if you don't already have this and you want it to be ready to listen to episode 100's, commentary, one of the goofy DVD copies of Destroy All Planets.
Nice.
From Alpha Video, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
and it's going to be like horribly pan and scan. It's probably going to be the picture and audio quality is probably going to be awful.
I had all of these versions of them on VHS. It came in a pack. That's Suncoast, I think it was Suncoast Video had them. They sold them off. So yeah, I had them all on, and then I got them on DVD. Same packaging, same movie.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I will confess, I do think the artwork's pretty decent. It's like it's a weird combination of like Photoshop and actual artwork, but still.
Especially for younger people, it's it definitely grabs the eye and brings it forward. Say, hey, look at me.
Yeah,
because all flash, no substance.
Because that's definitely that is artwork for Gamera, but that looks like a Photoshop for Virus.
Yeah.
Although I gotta admit, the look of Virus's face is like, what the hell?
is he throwing up on me?
Lop
his head off.
Off with his head. Yeah, so it's kind of worth it just for that look. You're just like, huh? There are fire-breathing turtles on this planet? Was not expecting that. So that'll be what do a show. So do I fold Attack of the Crab Monsters in with the Reptilicus disc, and that can be by itself, or do I combine Destroy All Planets and Crab Monsters?
I would combine the Destroy All Planets and Crab Monsters. Those seem to
all
be
right.
Thematically and special effects wise, those seem to be closer.
Okay. Then that is what we shall do then. So you get Crab Monsters and Destroy All Planets. There you go. All right. Yeah, Jake says combine. Yeah, so I guess that's what we're going with. All right. So
we're not doing farm equipment. It's not a combine.
Yeah. Oh, we're not. We're not. Yeah. Okay. So
wait.
Oh wait. Okay. Oh no. Oh no.
Gave away the answer.
Hopefully nobody saw that. All right. Hopefully nobody saw that. But here's question 2. Same rules apply. All right. Who was the first completely original character to appear on MIFV? A. Raymond Martin. B. Crystal Lady Jessica. C. Dr. Dante Dorff. Don't say his name again. He might show up. Or D. William H. George III.
Oh, hello, Mr. Marchand. It's good to see you. Oh.
The only problem is I think some people may have seen me give the answer away. We've got two answers. I'll wait to see if we get any more. People get back in the chat. Get back in the chat.
Chat it up, y'all.
No. I know it's getting a little late. This is going longer than I thought. I'm sorry. May have to make an executive decision about some of the other shenanigans I had planned tonight. Okay, looks like that's all we got. And you got a guess? Did you see it?
Oh, I saw it. So.
Oh, you saw it. So yeah. So it is in fact Crystal Lady Jessica.
Surprise.
Everybody before that was technically a legacy character. Even Jimmy.
Wow.
Didn't know Jimmy was a legacy character, but he was a legacy character. Well, not a lot of people knew about the existence of War in Space. So
I just didn't remember it well enough to remember that was the character's name.
Yeah.
But yeah. Cool.
Yep. So there you go. And we had two answers and they were both B. It was from Neil and Jake, but Jake got there first. Congratulations,
it's his youth.
Jake.
It's his youth. Youth won.
Yeah, there you go. Oh. All right. So, Jake, your options are Taro and Leo. Let me remove the screen here. You get your choices. I'm going to go solo on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So your choices are Taro and Leo, Bandai's, the Reptilicus, duology, double feature.
It's a double feature because it's two separate movies, different languages. Yeah.
Although I did discover that Reptilicus kind of sort of has a pseudo sequel, pseudo remake.
Oh yes, Reptosaurus.
Yeah. Well, that might be an MIFV Max. That may have to be. But and then Attack of Crab Monsters and Destroy All Planets or the Wild Hunt Pack. So what are you looking for? Neil agrees with you. Youth is faster.
Yeah. They're more supple. Their fingers move faster.
Yeah. So there you go, Jake. Which of those do you want? Inquiring minds want to know.
Oh.
Let me exit solo. Let me see. What is he? Leo and Taro.
There we go. He wants
Leo and Taro.
Ultra Bros, yo.
The Ultra Bros, yo. They are members of the Ultra Brothers, so they are the Ultra Bros.
I mean, come on. Leo gets his butt kicked all the time. So
by 7.
7. Hey, 7 is the badass of the group. He is the
7 is a cruel taskmaster. I have to say.
He is the guy who's wearing the when he's not wearing his leather jacket, he's got the rolled up t-shirt with the cigarette pack in it.
Yeah.
Greasing back his hair. He's like, I hate all of you.
And well, the crazy thing is he inexplicably dies, spoiler warning, during Ultraman Leo, but then he just shows back up later in the franchise. No explanation, although at least on screen, according to the Ultra Wiki, there's like some spin-off media that tries to explain it, but it doesn't really fit. No one really knows if it's canon or not.
It's this. I got better.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, Leo Reeve says, yes, but Leo is often the mentor in recent Ultraman shows. Because he learned the hard way.
He went to the school of hard knocks. He took the 7 school of hard knocks. He learned, and he knows if he screws up, 7's going to come and beat him up again. That's all it is. It's fear. Fear drives Leo. Which is ironic considering that Leo is the lion and he's a cowardly lion. There you go.
Oh, there you go. You just solve the problem yourself. All right. So I'm trying to find, where did I put it? I had some listener feedback. I'm trying to see where I stashed it. That if you guys want to, if you're listening to this, if you want to put feedback about, that celebrates the 5th anniversary of the show, put it in the chat and I'll get to that.
I have some audio feedback here from Edwin Gonzalez that I am going to play. I just need to locate it. Let me see. No, that's old listener feedback. Let me see. I'm assuming he sent it to. Oh, here it is. I'm assuming he's in. Yeah, this is audio feedback. It's 2 sound bites. Hopefully they come through here. Okay. So I think he may have recorded these on his phone and sent it. I haven't heard these yet. So I have no idea what is said in this. So we'll do it live anyway. So
it'll be profanity laden. You know, Snow.
Edwin,
You'll have to jet him out.
Yeah, in post, yeah. But the live version, it's like I couldn't do anything about it. Hopefully, everybody will be able to hear it. If you can't, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do at this point. But anyway, here you go. Let's hear what he has to say.
Edwin Gonzalez. I'm Ed, being called me Zed. I just want to say that the Monster Island Film Vault has.
And the sound cut out. What the heck?
It's like paused.
Why did it pause?
It paused itself.
Why do you hate me? Why? Why?
Oh my God! Technology's ruining our podcast.
Why? Why is Google censoring me? It's like, you can't play that live. Okay. Let's. Crisis averted? Maybe. All right, we're gonna screen share again. Screen share. Why do you do? StreamYard's doing this to me because I'm thinking about downgrading to the free version because they're getting stupid expensive, and I'm gonna go back to Zencaster. Zencaster got better. All right. Let's try it again.
I'm Ed, being called me Zed. I just want to say that the Monster Island Film Vault has.
What is going on? Comedy of errors here. Okay. Let's try the second one. Let's see if it does this for the second one. Okay. Maybe that's why. Maybe the second one, because it's starting off the same. So maybe he just included 2 files. Okay. All right, let's see. I'm thinking of the movie Clues. Like, there's flames on the sides of my face.
We have Dougzilla75 in the chat.
Yeah, he says, "Hi, what's up?" I would click on his name here, but first I'm gonna win the fight with Google Drive. All right.
Ed, being called me Zed. I just want to say the Monster Island Film.
What is going on? Okay. You want to play that game? Okay, fine. I'm fine. I'm losing my mind live on the show. All right, I'm just gonna download.
If I didn't know better, I would say it was the board messing with you.
Oh no. All right, let's see. All right, let's try it like this. Okay, we're gonna do Windows Media Player and see if that works better. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Wait. Let me see. Is it 6 seconds? Is actually. No, it says length 44 seconds and 46 seconds. I just don't know what's going on. All right. Okay. All right. We'll do it live. All right.
Always.
I am nothing if not determined. All right. Okay. Can we see Media Player?
Yes.
All right. Wow, it got past 6 seconds. All right, here we go.
I hear nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you hearing anything, Nate?
I am. Are you not hearing anything?
No, not a thing.
What is going on? What
is going on? I thought you were laughing at what he was actually
No,
saying.
I was laughing because it was just silence.
Okay. Share screen. Not entire screen. I don't want to do that. Media player. To share audio, share a tab or screen. Really? It's actually telling me I can't share the audio from the media player.
Wow, that's rude.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have to do this live. All right. So, you know what? Dougzilla, he says, hi, what's up? And Dougzilla also says, I pre-ordered Ultraman Blazer, the complete series and movie on Blu-ray. Thanks for letting us know about that. That's really cool. It's Blazer is one of my favorite Ultra series from the last probably about 5 years. All right. Sorry, I'm not trying to disregard you. I'm just flustered right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next trivia. And while that's going on, I'm going to take those files and I'm going to put them into Google Drive and see if it likes me then. All right. So here's your next trivia. What was the first film covered on MIFV that didn't feature a monster or mecha of any size? Aliens don't count. A, Battle in Outer Space. B, The Last War. C, Submersion of Japan, 1973. D, Prophecies of Nostradamus. Go. And you get another prize back.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. I can't see the screen right now. I am just trying to get... I'm trying to make a new folder on Google Drive right now.
Wow.
Untitled folder. Are the answers coming in?
Yeah, and they're all different.
All different, huh?
Yeah, nobody chose the same one twice.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Do you have a guess?
Me? No.
You
No,
don't
I
remember?
mean, they all, because I binge, they all blend together.
I don't know how to feel about that.
You should feel good because I
Yeah.
like binging your show.
Oh yeah, I was just like, well, I don't remember anything.
No, I do remember.
Yeah.
I remember the specific episodes. I do, but I don't know what I listened to first because I remember
Okay.
I had to go back and listen to your whole first season. So
Okay. So I've got it's stuff ready. So the answers are all over. Oh, Dougzilla went the extra mile. He typed out the entire title. You could have just put A, B, C, or D, dude. Yeah, you saved yourself a little bit of time. But let's see what our
there's a
answers.
couple.
Oh, geez, Dougzilla went twice. Submersion. He put Submersion of Japan twice, kind of 3 times because he had 2 because he put Submersion of Japan and then put 73 because it's been remade or had a parody made a couple of times. Yeah. All right. So we have Submersion of Japan from Dougzilla twice. Jake says A, Battle in Outer Space. Neil says D, Prophecies of Nostradamus. And Danny says A, Battle in Outer Space.
nobody likes The Last War, apparently.
Well, it's like which one was the first,
Right.
Not whether or not people like it. It's which one.
That's
was
what I'm saying. Is that but nobody likes that for being. The
Yeah.
first.
So nobody picked that one. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Well, here's the thing. We are getting more people than in the last one. Here's the thing. Jake got it right and was first, but he's already won a prize.
Dun, dun, dun.
So do we adhere to the rules and let Danny have it for being the second person to get it right? Because just to prove it, here, Battle in Outer Space. That was the first movie that was tokusatsu, but it did not have a monster or a giant mecha. Because I could have said Mysterians, but there's Mogura in that one. There's Mogura in that one, but then you get to Battle in Outer Space, and other than spaceships and tiny aliens, there's nothing like that. It's just a straight up alien invasion movie. So Jake says Danny can have it. All right, so Danny, you are the winner. You is the winner. So you get your choice of the Reptilicus pseudo double feature. I'm going to turn this off. We'll do this and we'll do solo mode again. So the Reptilicus pseudo double feature, the Wild Hunt pack, or crab monsters and destroy all planets. What do you want?
Go.
While I continue to
Vamp.
fight, vamp and fight with, fight with.
While
the
Mr.
feedback.
Marchand is busy trying to figure out how to get sound on his podcast, let me regale you with the days of the 1970s.
Yeah. In my day. He says, give me that Reptilicus pack, baby. All right.
Yes.
So,
Another
the Reptilicus is silly, but it really illustrates the great array of monsters all over the place.
Jeez.
Boo.
It is an in-depth and serious look at the dangers of regeneration. How dare you make fun of it? It's a deadly serious.
I'm trying to remember the next line in the song. A great array of monsters all over the place. What was it? It's not just in the something, but across the planet. And I don't know. I rattled it off better than I thought, actually. Neil says, perfect. You can add them to your wall, Danny. Yeah, Danny has an incredible wall of stuff. It's kind of crazy. You see him when he gets on stream with somebody. All right, let's see if Google Drive will be my friend.
I give you 10-1 against.
I'm Edwin Gonzalez. I'm Ed, being called me Zed.
Did anybody hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
That I did hear.
Ed, I just want to say the Monster Island Film Board has been education, enlightenment, and inspiration. Honestly, it helped me figure out the right direction to go with my thesis. And one episode actually helped me finish it out when the source I was looking forward to using turned out to not be applicable. I just want to say it has been funny. It has been surprising, and it helped me expand my horizons. I've checked out more tokusatsu than I was familiar with. I've expanded my horizon, and I've tried to get back into writing again, or at least go back to some ideas I had that's been sitting there in the document. I still have a long way to go, but I'll be a keen listener.
Oh, be still my heart. Oh, he told me some of that before, and actually, the episode he's talking about that he used for his thesis was one of ours.
Oh yeah.
Well, it was technically me and Raymond.
Oh God, Monster Island. Oh no,
Monster Island. When we talked about Mockbusters.
Oh my God. The sad thing is we had a lot to talk about, or you guys had a lot to talk about on that one too.
That's yeah. That was quite an episode, and I was very proud of that one.
That was an episode.
Yeah.
That's all we can say about it, really.
Yeah. All right. Now, say I'm going to shut off that one. Let me see. Let's see. I want to see if the other one works now. Is this the same one? We'll find out here in a second. Is that okay? This one's the shorter one. This is the second one. I think he sent me both of them because he did basically the same thing twice. He just thought the second one was better. But let's see if it really is. Now, if you're listening to the audio version, you might have been hearing the audio come through when it's not on stream. That's just the nature of things and recording this on the soundboard. By the way, I've used the same soundboard since episode 1. What we were hearing a little bit ago. Still doing the same thing, although I'm hoping to upgrade to a new model. Okay, here we go.
I'm Edwin Gonzalez. I'm Ed, being called me Zed. I just want to say that the Monster Island Film Vault has been a source of entertainment and enlightenment. It inspired me to figure out the rough idea of my thesis with the King Kong copyright episode.
Oh, is that
and
one?
From there, months later, the episode on the asylum, Monster Island, actually helped me finish my thesis when a section I was looking forward to writing about turned out to not really as helpful as I hoped it would be. Honestly, it's inspired me to try and get back into writing, to get back into tokusatsu, and to honestly do better when I critique things I don't like and with what I disagree with in storytelling. I want to say thank you, Nate.
Oh, Edwin, thank you so much, man. Thank you ever so much. But yeah, I think he did mention that to me. I knew about the Monster Island episode, and funny enough, he's talking about the King Kong copyright thing.
Right.
I think he might be talking about that individual upload, which again was a school project that I did, and then I just threw it out there. It was originally a Patreon. That mic of yours.
I know it's making noise. Sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, it was originally a Patreon exclusive, and then I released it to the public while I was fighting with episode 50 because episode 50 took longer than I expected. You know, I had never done a episode like that before. I learned a lot about how to do that properly, and so hopefully episode 100 will be much smoother. But but I released it. I'm very glad. It's so funny that one of my school projects he used as one of his school projects. It's wonderful.
That's what a bibliography is all about, my friend.
Yep.
If you don't have to do the research and just use somebody else's research on.
Yep. What's Raymond saying here?
Oh, it's a reference to what Danny said previous.
Oh, Daneland forever. Yeah, because he says, I will not have the good name of Reptilicus dragged through the mud on this, the most sacred of 5th anniversary live streams. You will respect Denmark's favorite son.
What you mean what is his name? Shoot. Can't remember his name now. That's gonna suck. Okay, never mind. Move along.
Who are you thinking of?
I keep calling him Sven, but his name is not Sven.
Does he look like a Sven?
I think he does, but he's the guy who touches the electric eel and
yes, that guy. Yes, okay. I know who you're talking
Mickelson or something like that.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Now, I think for the sake we've already gone for 3 hours, and I know people, not everybody is going to be in your time zone and still, be like, the night is young, that sort of a thing. So I think I'm going to make an executive decision. As much as I would have loved to do this, one of the things I had on the agenda was to play, also to tempt YouTube to see if they yell at me for this, because why? I was going to play about the first 10, maybe 15 minutes of Destroy All Planets and have us basically do a live riff. But for the sake of time, I think I'm going to eliminate that, and then we can save all the jokes, because Raymond, I keep calling you Raymond again. Damon.
Yes.
Damon. You and Danny and Chris as my creative team. I'm still expecting you guys to give, the movie a watch through and just jot down what comes to mind, send those to me with timestamps, and I can slap those into the script to make it as full as possible.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Oh, dude, have you heard some of your zingers on your episodes? They are gold. So I have the utmost faith in you. You mean you don't have to stop the movie and write it necessarily. Just if you come up with a zinger, just write it down and just, yeah.
Are you saying that my off the cuff random puns and observations have value?
Tremendous value.
Sir, I didn't get you anything. You gift me this present, and I got you nothing except my presence, which obviously is worthless.
Actually, let me bring that. Well, we've got a few comments here. Let me get to those first. Everyone goes, "Kaiju of the land of tiny tables."
IKEA.
Yes,
Dirk Passer. That is exactly who it was. Comic legend Dirk Passer.
Yeah. We've got another one from Edwin. The Dirk Passer, that was Neil, by the way. And then, mech execute. Executives must riff and communicate. Don't talk to the role, then talk to his actor. He'll be a dude playing a dude talking to another
dude. Yeah.
I'm a dude playing a dude pretending to be another dude. I rewatched that movie again for the first time in since it was out in theaters, and I'm like,
I forgot how funny this is. And it's even more relevant now than it was back then.
Dude, don't go full podcaster. It never ends
go
well.
full never go full podcaster.
Never go full podcaster.
That was great. All right. So
We're trying to be politically
so
correct.
anyway, like I said, I was going to do that, but I don't. But for the sake of time, I don't think we will. Especially since we still have more prize packs to give out. So, oh wait, I just gave that one away. Hopefully nobody saw that.
It seems to be a running theme.
It seems to be a running theme. Let me see. Is this one? Yes.
It's chief running gag.
Cheap running gag. All right. So here's prize pack number 4. So we still have a couple more to go. So what was the first this one's tough. You got to be hardcore to know this one. What was the first MIFV, unless you cheated and saw saw the answer. What was the first MIFV episode that was entirely narrative? Entirely narrative. And I didn't put names down for most of these, so you got to know it by the numbers. Okay? All right. Bonus episode number 10, Monster Island Gatekeepers number 1, episode 50, or bonus episode number 1. Bonus points if you can remember what, the ones that don't have the titles beyond, numbers. Bonus if you can remember the full titles. Go.
Don't be such a bonus, dude.
Ooh. Do you have a guess, or did you see?
I knew I saw lines, but I didn't catch which one wasn't line. So
okay, do you have a guess?
Nom. Oh, it's not B. Purely narrative.
Jake says I saw, so I'm not going to answer. Okay.
Look at that nice guy.
Yeah, this is why Jake is cool. Edwin said I saw
lines and all.
Lines and all. Okay, that was on me. That was on me. If we don't get a correct answer, I'll just either come up with a new question, or I'll just basically count to 3 and see which of the cheaters can put the answer in first.
Well, I got your bonus question.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let's see. We're still waiting for answers to come in. All right. We only have one answer on here, and it's Neil. And I can tell you, Neil, that it's a good guess. It's a good guess, but you are incorrect. It's not A. It is not A. I will tell you, bonus episode 10 was an interview with Cameron Winter. It was meant to be the bridge between season 2 and 3, when Cameron Winter was our main antagonist.
Yeah, that doesn't count as narrative then.
No, it counts as narrative. It was entirely story.
Okay.
It was entirely story.
I blame my old age. No, Neil, you're not that old. Again, you're not that old.
Yeah, that came up. Yeah, I blame my old age. All right, so, all right, do we want to do the bonus question or have the cheaters see who has which of the cheaters has the fastest fingers? I think I trust you with the bonus question, but here's the answer.
It's a joke. It's a jokey.
Okay, well that's fine. I mean, it could still work, but yeah, let me explain. So it was bonus episode number 1. I teetered on whether or not it qualified, though, because it was my very first April Fool's Day episode.
Oh, all right.
Which is where Nate and Jimmy switched roles.
Right.
Yeah, so it was like, it would be like a minute straight of
the hard episode to get through.
And then Nate would be like, well, that's stupid. And so you had no idea what he was saying, other than when Nate said, like, why are we talking about Space Kong? Because it was an unmade movie that I had just read about in one of John's books. So, that was all scripted out. And if I believe that is, I think that's on Patreon. So if you join Patreon, you can actually read it and see what Jimmy was saying. And so all the information, about not all the information in the script, if I remember correctly, was accurate. Some of it he made up because that's what Jimmy do. But but some of it was actually technically true. So, I teetered on that a little bit, but I decided to go with it because the audience doesn't get to actually hear any of the facts. So, and then episode 50 was the War in Space riff track. That was purely entertainment. There wasn't really any information about the movie itself in there. And Monster Island Gatekeepers was a joke podcast that came out in the interim between episode 49, which was your first Patreon pick. That was Magic Serpent, and episode 50. So it was kind of like, haha, we won, and WHG3 being awkward with Dr. Dorif. Because WHG3 thought he would make his own podcast to replace MIFV. All right. So do you have a substitute question?
I do. I'm still working on the last part of it because it's how to be multiple choice, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm still working on the last part of it. Shoot, I can't. There we go. Okay. This one's gonna be pretty self-evident. So
okay.
If anybody who watches the show.
I mean, you can technically.
Who listens to you. Okay. So this is the question, and it is a narrative question. So those of you who like the narrative will obviously have paid attention and probably get this pretty quickly. Raymond Martin and Gary Stewart have alter egos. They are superheroes. What are their signature weapons?
Oh.
A, lightsaber and shield. B, legal pad and cup of coffee.
That would be hilarious, actually.
C, boomerang and a wiffle bat. Or D, tire iron and jumper cables.
Go. Tire. I just now registered that with tire iron and jumper cables. I'm picturing it like the one with the jumper cables is probably Gary, and he's just walking around
definitely.
like the robot saying like the clamps, the clamps,
clamp.
Like touches them together to look intimidating.
Well, the first one is always going to be Raymond. The second one is always going to be Gary. So
there you go. Okay, we've got 3 answers in the chat. And 2 answers shared between the 3 of them. So Jake says B, and then Neil and Edwin both say C.
So
do we want to see if more answers come in, or are we good?
We can wait a few, but
wait a few more. Edwin's got another comment. You can use the rest as their arsenal. Their arsenal made on a budget because they can't waste resources. That is true.
That is exactly except I don't know where the lightsaber would come from. It's from a different property that doesn't there
are generic lightsabers in the world.
This is true, and Star Wars does have kaiju. So.
Yeah, there are non-copyright lightsabers in the world.
It's a non-effective lightsaber, a non-real.
Well, I don't know. I mean, was it Gundam? The Gundams have their version of a lightsaber. It's called
laser
a beam
swords,
saber, a beam saber. The generic term is laser sword.
Right.
Was that No More Heroes? They actually tried to do a lightsaber, but more realistic. But looking at the designs, you would have to be exceptionally good with what you're doing because it's limiting in a way. And it's like a rod that has a little extension on that goes off to the side and then comes up over the hilt, and then it actually forms the blade, produces it. But I'm like, there's a problem. You're cutting off a quarter of your effectiveness. So unless you are a really good swordsman, and you can't stab with it.
I mean, there's also
have a point at the top.
There's also the sonic knife or the vibroblade.
Actually, a vibroblade is probably the most realistic rendition.
Although they have, I have read some actual science stuff that says that a plasma sword is like that close to actually being effective and realistic. So I don't know how they're going to get it done because the plasma can't be really contained except by a magnetic field. And I don't know how you're going to generate a magnetic field at 3 feet
Yeah,
and then
that
stop.
would be interesting. In my first novel, Pandora's Box, that that's 100 years or so in the future, and there's a variation on the lightsaber idea in that. In fact, there's even a joke about it being like a lightsaber in one part. Like the drill sergeant makes a joke about that, and because it's military sci-fi,
Of course.
and he's like the joke. It might be a bit in poor taste, and I remember I was a wee lad when I wrote this thing, but this 100 years in the future, and the drill sergeant is former Israeli special forces. So basically, he used to be in Mossad, and he gets this out. It's called what I think I call it a laser knife. The premise behind the laser knife is that it's a blade that is made out of a special alloy that can charge up with energy, so it's very hot.
Yeah, and so it cauterizes whatever.
So it cuts through stuff really fast. It's basically it's the whole hot knife through butter, but you can do it to other things. Well, and he makes a joke about how if someone makes a lightsaber, when he's berating all these new recruits, he tells them it's like, and the first guy who makes a lightsaber joke is going to get circumcised.
There's also, if you read DC Comics, there's a character that used to be on The Outsiders called Katana, and her sword was
she was
only a molecule thin. And
she was
literally
in Suicide Squad. Yeah, she was in Suicide Squad. Yeah,
it wasn't quite as realized as she was supposed to be.
No, but I'm going to be honest with you. That Suicide Squad movie is so awful, and I'm such a contrarian. I liked Katana more than Harley Quinn.
Well, because Katana is the only true hero on that team. She's not a bad guy.
And I didn't really. It took 3 movies for me to like. What was her name again? Margot Kidder. It took 3 movies for me to like Margot Kidder as Harley, because I didn't care for her like a lot of people did in Suicide Squad.
You mean Margot Robbie?
Yeah, Margot Robbie. Excuse me, Margot Kidder. Margot Kidder was Lois Lane, another DC person.
And she's dead.
And she's dead. But anyway, yeah, Margot Robbie. It took 3 movies for me to like her because I didn't care for her. Unlike most people, I didn't care for her in Suicide Squad.
Nope.
Birds of Prey was not for me. It was definitely not for me. There was like 2 jokes in the entire thing that made me chuckle. Otherwise, I'm like, I'm not liking this, because why is Black Mask pathetic? You're Ewan McGregor. Why are you pathetic?
Why is Black Canary not effective at all?
Yeah, like there's so much wrong with Birds of Prey. And then I watched The Suicide Squad, and
much better movie.
And I'm like, congratulations, you actually made me like her take on Harley. It only took you 3 movies, but you finally did it. Also, it's technically a kaiju movie.
Yes. No, definitely a kaiju movie. Starro
because
is always a kaiju.
Starro the Conqueror is in it.
Well, we should let the people know who wins.
Yeah, well, let me see. But just some quick comments. Jake says Space Sheriff Gavin has a lightsaber. He does. Yes. He does. Edwin, generic lightsaber. You can take the electro saber from Dex, that's Masked Rider or Kamen Rider Black RX. He had a lightsaber. He would pull it out of his belt buckle.
Right.
I don't know how that worked, but he pulled it
out. Don't ask questions. Just don't ask questions.
Pull it out of his belt buckle.
It's Doctor Who science, man. It's Time Lord science.
Basically. And then Edward also says blades from Rebel Moon. I haven't seen Rebel Moon, so
not yet. I've heard mixed reviews, most of them bad. So
yeah. So I'm not sure about that one. But like I said, we have a B and 2 C's.
Okay, B was, like I said, Legal Pad and Cup of Coffee. While that is hilarious, and we have to write that they will be reduced to that at one point.
I should do that.
That is incorrect. That is more Raymond and Gary's in their normal personas. That would be their weapons. And actually, it should have been a cup of coffee. It actually should have been either scotch or ramen from.
Yeah. But I imagine here's my thing. I think Raymond is just a dynamo. I think he probably sleeps maybe 15 minutes a day.
It's adorable that you think he sleeps. How else can he keep that hair up?
Yeah. Whereas Gary is probably chugging down the coffee because he's like, Raymond just keeps giving me more work.
I think he walks around with an IV now. An IV of caffeine.
Yeah. Him and Nate are gonna have to like sit down and trade caffeine stories. It's just like, so I said, how do you do it? It's like, well, kaiju energy is kind of amazing, and then Gary could be like, do you know where they get that? Do I want to know?
Actually, what I found out is that if you siphon off some blood from Pigmon and inject it directly into your veins, It keeps going for a really long time.
You fiend.
Well, have you seen the first appearance of Pigmon?
Yes. I'm covering the original Ultraman for Henshin Power V3. That's coming up in a couple of weeks.
Oh my God.
Our coverage of that.
Anyway, so the correct answer was, of course, C, Boomerang, because Raymond's alter ego is the original Ghoul Ranger number 5, who's green.
Go Ranger. Go Ranger Green. Yeah.
Go
That's
Ranger
what
Green.
I think on the show he's officially Go Ranger Green.
Yeah, but it does have a 5 on their mask. So he is the least, he is the 5th. He is not the best on the team, but he is persistent. So
yeah. Well, and keep in mind, canonically, he's not the actual.
No,
Go
he is.
He was the backup Go Ranger,
the American backup Go Ranger,
the American backup Go Ranger. Yeah.
But he takes it very seriously. He talks like
he
talks like a 4-color superhero.
Yeah. And then that was another one of the insane brainstorming sessions we had after a recording where. Or like, well, now Gary's got to be his sidekick if we're gonna make Raymond. Like we gave him a whole little subplot in season 3 where it's like, "Where's your suit?" I was like, "It's still back in." I forget.
You do Wisconsin, Kenosha,
Wisconsin. Yeah,
it was Kenosha, Wisconsin. You got to remember that this all came out because of a tweet.
Yes,
because you were tweeting about the Power Rangers that you were watching, whatever Power Ranger you're watching, and Raymond said that he was an honorary. He had been a Go Ranger too, and he put up the green number 5 from the original 1971.
No, it was 74, 6. Because
it was really early.
It's 76 because the 3 big Henshin Hero franchises are all 5 years apart.
And
66 for Ultraman, 71 for Kamen Rider, 76 for Sentai, which is why they all celebrate milestone anniversaries at the same time.
And the original Go Rangers worked for the government. They did morph. They did a special thing, and then they turned into their costume, but they didn't have mechas.
They didn't have mechas, and they more or less just put their costumes on.
Yeah,
it's truly transformed.
Yeah, I mean, they did have them on under their clothing, but except some of them had those really deep, because it was the 70s, so they had those nice deep V's to show off the chest.
Yeah,
but yeah, so it's like, how are you wearing your costume? Oh, it's a little pill or something. Anyway,
well, I mean, like the Flash used to keep it in the Flash used to keep it in a ring.
Right.
So
we determined that because even though Gary doesn't want to be a sidekick, that in keeping with the Australian theme of the boomerang as a weapon, that Gary would be called the Wombat.
Yeah, I forget how that. I think it might have been something stupid that I.
Well, you said Wombat. And how cool would it be using
like
a
I
wombat
said, it used to be an
costume?
Australian animal, and I said Wombat. And then my brain went puntastic and said, "No, he's the Wombat."
And I said his weapon is a wiffle bat. If you remember, as a kid, it was just it was a plastic hollow. Used to hit a wiffle ball, which was a softball size, but it had holes in it, so it wouldn't go very far.
Yeah,
and it made a noise when you swung it. It's like
which I did find the sound effect. And and Gary has used it twice now.
And that's the point: is that Gary is more effective. Than Raymond. When he's the Wombat,
he's inexplicably effective.
And so is the wiffle bat.
Yeah, I think the first time it worked pretty well when it was against Ivan Ooze, and then when he fought the Bug Lady's just like,
really?
Heck?
Well, because
she stops and she's like, one, you hit, but she's like her. I'm picturing her reaction. It was when I was writing. It was like, one, you just hit me with a wiffle bat. 2. It actually hurt a little. And she's she's just confounded by that. And then she like takes him out in one punch.
It's because Gary is effective against female villains. That's his weakness. He doesn't want to really hurt them.
He did get mesmerized by a vampire.
Hey, he doesn't want to hurt them. I mean, come on. Anyway, so yes, the C is the correct answer, and
so it goes to Neil.
Neil, baby.
It goes to Neil before Zod. Anyway, so Neil, you get either the Wild Hunt pack, or you get the crab monsters and the space squid double feature. Choose carefully. Also, Danny says Hasselhoff and Star Crash, enough said.
Hasselhoff in anything. Enough said.
Oh man, Star Crash. Star Crash is the thing that exists. Yeah. Oh, I'm not surprised. Neil went with the Wild Hunt pack. So there you go. So you're going to get Nero and you're going to get Attack of the Kaiju Volume 2, the next wave. I will be sure to sign sign the page with my story for you, as I always do. I was hoping to do a giveaway for my Kaiju novella Destroyer, but I couldn't find any copies. I think my inventory ran out. So because those have been popular, so I ran out after my last signing at Gen Con. All right, which leaves us actually with
Don't give it away.
no, we only have one pack left.
Oh, there you go.
We only have one pack left, and it's going to be the crab and squid double feature. The mutant crab and space squid. You know how insane? Actually, do you realize how insane that crossover would be? I could potentially do that because I have been thinking about. I've laid some seeds in some of the newer story segments about some members of the board actually quitting and then getting replaced.
Oh, and have the crab come in.
And I was gonna have the crab from this show up. I think I'm gonna keep Virus because Virus is too funny.
Well, he's the
Off
enforcer.
their heads.
He is the enforcer. That's why he's there.
Yeah. Now I think Hell and Keela are gonna stay because they're the president and vice president. But I might swap out some of the other members, bring in some new ones. I'm considering, what is the crab's name we talked about it, but I can't remember his name. It has a weird
I'm
it's
on
an H
IMDb.
name, like
Hogar or something.
Hogar, yeah. It's something like that.
Attack of the Crab Monsters. Because it'll have it in the cast list, I'm sure.
Yeah, you think we would just remember, but it is an H name.
Yes. I remember that much.
Like Holtar or
Ed Nelson played the crab monster. Okay. I'm looking at the trivia.
Hathgar? Hathgar? Hothar? Hathar? Hothor?
Hular.
Herman?
Hular.
Hular. I was getting close.
Right.
I was gonna. So I'm thinking about Hular the crab coming in, and like he's just gonna like every time they're doing a business negotiation and somebody gives them an offer, he just says foolish, very foolish.
Wait, who broke all the glasses again? Sorry, I was foolish.
Yeah,
Very
and then I
foolish.
think one of the ideas we were kind of kicking around is that since he's like this weird conglomeration of personalities, like you like switch at random.
He suffers from DID. Yeah.
He's got dissociative disorder, and so he'd be like foolish, very foolish, and then like he switches over and he's like
Said he is a German.
He's like some poor housewife who wandered out onto the beach one day.
You're giving me too much ammunition to play multiple characters.
I would probably have you do Hular.
That's
and then
what I'm
all the
saying.
board members are like, do you realize how unstable you are? Who are we talking to today?
My name is Timmy. I'm 7 years old.
And then all the board members are like, you ate a child?
He was foolish. Very
Very foolish. And all the rest of them are like, we're like despots and mad scientists and all kinds of terrible, evil people, but none of us ate a child.
You don't understand. He was Connecticut's premier serial killer. It's true. They all had to die.
I was friends with Toshio. You thought he was psychotic?
I had Toshio's liver for breakfast with my cornflakes and a glass of milk.
There was a prize. There was a prize at the bottom.
It was his yellow hat.
That's a churro, but
It's all the same.
See, this is the kind of ridiculous live brainstorming that we do.
Yeah, it's usually after he stopped the recording too.
Yeah, usually, but yeah, Edwin says can't wait to hear the new board. the picking process might be difficult.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm also I will say this. I won't because I'm not 100% committed. I'm considering Hular, and I'm also considering just to get a little bit more feminine energy on the board, because it's a very male dominated board. I think Porkila is the only woman on it currently. But I'm thinking about adding Elzebub, aka Princess Dragon Mom from Inframan.
Yeah, okay. That is a person.
Like, come on, she was Rita Repulsa before Rita Repulsa.
So why isn't Rita Repulsa on the board?
Because she got hit by the Z wave and isn't evil anymore.
Well, that's just rude. You can't count on a supervillain staying a supervillain anymore.
Yeah, no. I mean, I could try Robo Rita. I can I mean, I've retconned other villains' deaths. I mean, I could retcon the fact that she got stabbed through the chest with a power lance.
Crazy Bernice could be like a parrot. She would be the largest.
Well, until Virus decides to get crazy.
Well, Virus would respect the power level. I mean, I'm sure he couldn't get through an antimatter shield, so
Oh, let me see. Edwin says, too bad Seth Harper couldn't buy shares for the island. Remind me who Seth Harper is. I don't remember offhand. And then Daniel says, she got better.
She turned me into a newt. Really?
Got better.
Got better.
Yeah. Edwin says, you could use Rito's niece. He has a niece? I knew he had a nephew, but he doesn't talk about this nephew. Nobody likes his nephew.
No, that's not feminine energy, but I'm thinking of it's a good board member from Giant Robo, the squid head.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Can't remember his name, but he's a kaiju too, or he can be.
Oh, yeah, there
he is. He is a.
I don't know. I'll make that decision. It might be something that doesn't become plainly obvious until later in season 5. I think it'll be part of some of the weird things that are happening on the island during season 5, because as usual, weird things are going to be going on. Basically, this is what happens when our protagonists leave the island for a year and then they come back. It's like, what the heck has been going on?
Well, now we have this crazy this Corsican and this dwarf who keep welcoming people to the island and saying all their fantasies will come true.
Uh-oh. Yeah, because that is going to be the title of the episode. The full title for episode 100, I can reveal it, is Fantasy Monster Island, Destroy All Planets Rift Track Spectacular. And in the middle of all that is going to be a wedding. Because of course.
And they will march down to the Imperial March. Dun, dun, dun,
I have it in the script, but it's not what is it? It's not the Imperial March. I think it might be the mild spoiler, but I think it's supposed to be the Monster Zero March.
Interesting.
Because that's where Kaguya is from.
Right.
More or less.
Well, my wife and I walked back down the aisle together to the march that happens at the end of the original Star Wars movie when they're getting their medals.
Oh yes, I've actually, if I was to get married, I've thought about doing that sort of a thing too.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, it was really nice. It actually fit in our theme because we did a very space themed wedding. So
there you go. You and Jimmy would get along pretty nice.
Oh well, if I only could understand him.
No way. You remember when he's not talking into the microphone, into any of his microphones, he can be heard. Understood. Another comment from Edwin. Evil Tech CEO from Mech X4. That's right. It's a Disney. Mm-hmm. It was a Disney XD show that he's one of like 5 people who remembers.
I just saw it advertised.
But from what I've seen of it, it's like tokusatsu influences are all over.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You haven't seen it, but
but creates monsters because he hates humanity, wants a utopia. The whole spiel, evil tech CEO. Yeah, that makes sense.
It would. You kind of almost did this with Cameron Winter, but like a whole cabal of evil tech bros. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little much. I try to do different kinds of villains in there. I will say, without getting too much into the narrative, I will talk a little bit about what's going to be going on in season 5. But a lot of the narrative details I'm going to kind of keep under wraps a little bit. But I can tell you that there's going to be weird stuff going on the island, different from season 3, where it's like this big mystery that they're trying to unravel. It's more like the board's being weird. Why is the board being weird? And it's like, is there another hostile takeover or something? And it's like, nope, there's no hostile takeover, but something's going on. We don't know what's going on, And then, some of the monsters are being weird and we don't understand what's going on, so there's a little bit of that. But I got one more giveaway. I'm going to do the one more giveaway. Then we'll talk a bit about season 5. And then I think, looking at my agenda, I think we'll wrap up a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about the remainder of season 4, and then we'll wrap up. All right. So no live riffing tonight. Maybe another day. I would actually like to try that sometime. I might try to get a short that nobody will yell at me for, like maybe the Arctic Giant, because that's technically public domain, the Superman short with Proto Godzilla. Like, seriously, that thing is Godzilla before Godzilla. There are so many kaiju tropes in that thing, and it was in the early 40s. How?
Dun, dun, dun.
How? Toho, you saw that, didn't you?
Toho sees everything.
Everything. Have you seen their lawyers? Raymond has.
He's still in shock.
Yeah, it's some of the Toho's lawyers are some of the few that he's actually afraid of.
Well, they are elder beings, so.
Oh, really? We're canonizing that? They are.
I don't see why not. I mean, they're
Lovecraftian beings.
No. They are. Actually, let's go with elder gods.
There you go, elder gods.
They are Japanese gods of.
All right, now here's the thing. I did this before in a previous live stream. It was a hit. I want to do it again. Hopefully there's enough people still in the chat to try this. This is not multiple choice. Damon and I are going to pick a winner.
Oh,
so be as entertaining and funny as possible with this. This is going to require some creative writing skills. All right, here you go. What's your best how Jimmy survived the war in space theory?
I liked mine.
What was yours again? Oh, no, you've told me yours. Yeah. I actually really like yours.
It explains so much.
Yeah, well, do you want to tell the peoples what
no, I want to see what they come up with first. I mean, someone might come up with my idea, and I'll vote for that.
Yeah, we'll see. But there were some really good ones the last time. It's late. I don't know how many people are still going to be up and doing this silly thing and seeing what they come up with. But yes, since episode 100 is going to be very Jimmy-centric, I want to know your best how Jimmy survived the war in space theory.
Magical underpants.
We had some good ones the last time I did this. Some really, really good ones. It was hard to pick.
I think I might have had to leave early that night.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
Yeah. But hopefully people are working really hard trying to.
I hope they're working really hard.
Yeah, because I'm like, where's the answers? I need the answers.
Definitely need the Jeopardy sound.
Oh, well, while we're waiting on this, I just got a message from Neil who said he wants to know when we're going to do the Reptilicus episode, because he has a book titled Reptilicus Screenplay. It has the screenplay plus 7 pages dedication to the film's production. Those pages may be of interest. I can type them up and forward them to you.
That would be fantastic.
Please do. It'll probably be, I would say, probably in about a month and a half.
Yeah.
There's one episode ahead of it, and obviously I've got it. Episode 100 is going to be a beast.
It will. It will be bad. Bad.
It'll hopefully be great. Like I said, I learned a lot from trying to do this before. With
bad in the fact that you're juggling all this stuff that's all got to get together with a bunch of different voices and
Yeah, well, I've been trying to manage that a little bit, as much as I can. A lot of the characters that are going to be in it are going to be voiced by one person, yeah, so the number of actors is lower, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Danny says, well, I may need that book. Yeah.
I know I do. It's
Yeah,
Reptilicus
yeah.
for crying out loud. I'm the Reptilord.
The Reptilord. Yeah, that's your official title.
I have many official titles as far as this.
I mean, I'm is that what do you do, like for Repticon? Do you do like a Reptilicus RPG, and that's your official title?
The Reptilord. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're the GM.
Sure. Let's go with that.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up as I go. Come on, people. I've got crabs and space squids to give away.
He's got crabs, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember that.
I walked into that one. I not gonna lie.
You did.
I hear a phone buzzing.
God, this microphone is insane. Yeah, it's my wife. She's trying to call, and I told her that I'm still recording. So.
Oh, well, I hope it's not anything.
No,
important.
she just headed home from her job.
Oh, okay.
She had a what do you call it, staff meeting tonight. So.
Okay. If I don't see anything soon, I'm a little worried. Well, while you're all trying to figure that out, let's talk a little bit about what's coming up. All right, so keep working on that. So season 5, I announced it last year briefly, with the delay that season 3 ran into. So season 5, the Ultra Journey. So it's going to be our main theme is going to be Ultraman movies. So let me make this full screen so I can read it a little bit better. So I made this funny little logo for it, which will probably be what I use when I post the trailer for it. So those are posters for all the Ultraman movies that will be covered, and
nice.
It'll be 13 films. One of them will be a double header. That's why there's 13 instead of 12. And we're going to be going from Ultraman The Adventure Begins, which was the first completely original Ultraman movie. Before that, they were compilation films, and the closest they got to something that was completely original was Ultraman Story, but Ultraman Story only has some original special effects footage. It's still largely a compilation film. So we're going to be starting with Ultraman The Adventure Begins, going all the way to Shin Ultraman. And interesting thing about The Adventure Begins is that was 1987 and a co-production with Hanna-Barbera.
So question, why is Biollante being replaced?
Because I've already covered it. It's already been covered.
Oh, that's right. When right. Okay, I remember.
When Danny and Kaiju Kim were doing their Kickstarter.
That's right.
So I brought them on to promote the Kickstarter and talk about the movie and how it tied in with their project.
That's right. Brain fart. Okay.
Yeah. So it was an impromptu episode, but here's the synergy of this. The guy who basically wrote the story treatment that became Biollante, the infamous dentist, that still cracks me up because Little Shop of Horrors.
Yep.
It's dentist. He basically wrote the exact same thing for Return of Ultraman. There's a Return of Ultraman episode that is basically just Godzilla versus Biollante before Godzilla versus Biollante.
Wow.
Monster. Similar story, everything.
He had something to say. It needed to be released into the universe.
Yeah. So I'm going to do a little solo episode where I talk about that one episode because this is where Biollante was supposed to be. So
Biollante adjacent.
Very adjacent. All right. And then we're going to do obviously 8 Godzilla Redux episodes that will go from Terror of Mechagodzilla, which I'm really looking forward to. That was my first Godzilla film. Still one of my favorites. All the way to Space Godzilla, because I'm doing separate episodes
for Return of Godzilla and Godzilla 1985, much like what I did with Godzilla 54 and King of the Monsters 50, I almost said 76, 56, because they're very different, different enough to warrant their own episodes.
Yes.
So that's why it's, if you're trying to count, like, wait, did you shoot a movie? Because, there's going to be two different versions. All right. And that is actually inaccurate because I miscounted. It's not, I didn't update this. It's because I realized, oh, wait, no, there's actually at least 7. There's going to be 7 Patreon episodes because season 3 took a really long time. And I realized that what I was trying to put in for the 5th Wednesday bonus episodes just wasn't really working for me. So I decided to just drop them because I was trying to tie them in with Ultraman and only really one of them was working. So I dropped all the rest of them and said, okay, since season 3 took 2 years to do in real time, not necessarily in universe, that I'm going to just make those Patreon slots so that, because there are new patrons coming up. So I'm like, okay, I don't want you guys to miss out just because, you joined, after or during season 3. So I added more Patreon slots. So it's going to be 7. So we're going to have Teen Titans Trouble in Tokyo. That was an Edwin Gonzalez pick. And I've watched the movie. Good Lord, it's full of Toku and anime references, especially Toku. There's a lot of Toku references, and there's a kaiju in it. Woo-hoo. So, that's a big reason why it's being added in there. And then your pick, Dragon Slayer.
Righteous.
With
the new Blu-ray 4K.
Yes, with the new Blu-ray. Which was I think that was what solidified our decision to go with that.
Because I had been toying with it because it does have a puppet.
It does have a puppet, and
it's go motion.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I would argue that dragons, by definition, are not kaiju, but they're kaiju adjacent. They're very kaiju adjacent because typically dragons in their respective universes are considered normal creatures.
True.
Maybe potentially rare in a lot of cases, but still normal creatures. You make the argument that the dragon in Dragon Slayer actually is a kaiju.
Of course, because it's not a traditional dragon.
Mm-hmm.
It only has 4 limbs, not 6. So technically it's a wyvern, but a fire-breathing wyvern, which is unusual since wyverns usually have a poison tail or a venomous tail. So yeah. And she is the last of her kind. So that makes her unique. She has a full name, Vermithrax Pejorative.
Such a great name. I haven't seen Dragon Slayer in years.
I go back like every couple of years to watch it because it just hits me. It was that weird time in Disney where they were just making the weirdest stuff and they did not care about being family friendly.
Yeah, it was like from like the mid 70s to the mid 80s. They were very experimental.
That's
where the original Tron came from. And
Watcher in the Woods.
Was
an interesting movie. It's actually a lot.
The Black
darker.
Hole.
Black Cauldron.
That was the end of it.
That was the very
end of the experimental period. After that, they're like, we're going back to
Black Cauldron was very dark. I mean, you have the cauldron itself raised the dead.
Yeah.
And the bad guy was the horned god. And it's like,
the horned king.
The horned king, sorry. Yes. And it was from the Prydain novels by Jonathan something. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but it was very good. And but so a bunch of just weird and not necessarily, like I said, not necessarily family friendly movies came out at that time. And Dragon Slayer was one of them. And it's according to like in the theater, there's costume historians who try to be period accurate. They said there's literally only 2 movies from that time period that are accurate about the medieval clothing and the medieval life. And one is Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Hilariously.
Not actually, it makes perfect sense. I mean, they wanted it to look, it's like, why are you, how do you know he's a king? Well, he doesn't have all over him.
Yeah.
Which is 100% true. And Dragon Slayer. When I mentioned Dragon Slayer in my class, and our costume historian kind of went, "Oh my God, you're right." It's like it hit her head. So she went, "Oh yeah, you're right. It is accurate." Because whoever was in charge of that movie we're getting into
Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, well, let's not start the episode yet. I also just realized one of the things I added has a typo. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
If you're screaming at me in the chat, if you're watching the video version of this, I'm sorry. But
Okay.
and then we also have Jack the Giant Killer, not Jack the Giant Slayer, Jack the Giant Killer. This one I think is going to be kind of special. This was a pick by one of our newer patrons, Michael Watson,
Watson.
who
Come here, I need you.
who actually works in the film industry. This is an Asylum mockbuster. We're getting another Asylum movie.
Oh,
This
dear
is
God.
the Asylum mockbuster of Jack the Giant Slayer, not to be confused with Jack the Giant Killer from, I can't remember, it was the 50s or the 60s.
50s. Oh no, 60s.
50s.
Sorry, it was 60s.
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 This is the 2013 version. He actually worked on the movie and wants to come on to talk about his experience making this movie. And he said that it was both the best and worst experience of his career. And I am very curious to find out what it's like to make an Asylum movie.
I am wondering if Raymond needs to make an appearance on this.
My people will call his people, except I think they're the same people. Anyway, and then Danny has got a pick, but he's given me like 3 choices and he hasn't picked one yet. So we're negotiating on that one. But I'll mention that it's either going to be about 40 episodes, because they're only 3 minutes apiece, of Godzilla Island.
Oh yeah.
Which I have to admit, I've been watching and I'm like, this is better than it has any right to be. Like, it is way better than it has any right to be. And either that or the Zone Fighter episodes that feature Toho Kaiju.
Yep.
Not just Godzilla, Toho Kaiju. Because Godzilla's not in all of them. And that'd be about 7 episodes. Or one of, I would call it a guilty pleasure, but Danny's not the type of person who has guilty pleasures of any kind.
There's no guilt.
Yeah, he has zero guilt and zero irony. Robot Monster.
You know, again, atomic age sci-fi nerd here. The budget could not, the reach exceeded the budget, and that's really the only thing that stopped that movie from being better than it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's gonna pick between those 3. That's what he told me. We've talked about it. Hopefully he makes up his mind before the end of the year. Danny, if you're still in the chat, please make up your mind before the end of the year. I'm not telling you to do it now, but make up your mind as soon as possible. All right, and then this is an interesting pick. This is the one with the typo. This is the one I did because I remembered after I initially put the PowerPoint together. This was a pick from Christopher Riner, who wants to give me an excuse to talk about one of my other great fandoms and loves, Star Trek. Now, some people might question why he wants this particular set of episodes, but the argument can be made it is technically kaiju because it features space monsters. You just don't realize you're seeing the space monsters the entire time until the end. But the 2-part premiere of Star Trek The Next Generation, Encounter at Farpoint. It's supposed to be Farpoint, not Phi Point. I'm sorry. Phi Point. Farpoint. Because there are technically giant space monsters in it for the entire time. You just, like I said, you just don't know until the end.
There are 2 others I can think of. The Crystalline Entity.
Yes.
Which are multiple episodes, at least 2 episodes.
2 episodes.
And then there's the giant space slug that attaches itself to the Enterprise.
Yep. I think it's called like Galaxy's Child or something.
Yeah,
like
something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. But he's going with this because it's the premiere. You can just jump. If you've never seen Star Trek Next Generation, you could just start with this. Oh. I'm sorry. Because season 1 Next Gen
it's tough. It's tough.
It's rough. If they start figuring themselves out in season 2, and then you get to season 3, and the show becomes what it is.
Oh, I also thought of another one. It's from Voyager. It's a Captain Ahab type story. The main character is it's Mark Shepard's dad. I can't remember who. And if you know Mark Shepard, because he's been in every genre movie or TV series that exists. Anyway, but it's this giant space cloud which causes the Voyager crew to think that it's like a wormhole, but it's actually a big energy sucking monster that gets you inside of it.
Yeah, and I mean, if we wanted to, well, no, because there's been other, well, no, because by that logic, there's a couple episodes of at least one episode of TOS that we count.
Yes.
There's a blood sucking cloud monster.
The Doomsday
and because I'll mention this is it's at the end. The Cellcast guys chose the Iron Giant, which is kind of a perfect crossover for us.
Yeah, it's awesome. Love it.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that one. So that'll actually be effectively the season finale for next year.
Ta-da!
For season 5. And then, but ever since that Drew, one of the hosts on there, found out that Encounter at Farpoint was going to be considered, he's been racking his brain to find other Star Trek stuff that we could talk about. Like, give me an excuse, dude. So he's leaning toward a couple. He's leaning toward a couple episodes of TOS. I don't think he thought about, what was it called? I can't remember the name of the one with the vampire cloud. Oh, it's Obsession. That's what it was.
Because it's not really kaiju. It's only like a couple of people big.
Yeah, but that is true. Yeah, but it does take out whole starships. But he's leaning toward. He was initially thinking of Immunity Syndrome, which has a giant space amoeba.
Yes, that's also a good one.
Not to be confused with the Toho movie. And I said, well, there's one other one. I'm surprised you're leaving it out. And you already mentioned it.
Yep.
The Doomsday Machine, the Planet Killer.
Yeah.
Like, that thing screams kaiju to me.
It's a giant space carrot.
But it eats planets.
So it's a carnivorous space carrot.
Carnivorous space carrot. That's going to be the name of my new punk band.
Hey, they'll play at the Marcolite Lounge.
There you go. I mean, I've already got a bunch of. There's been so many ridiculous band names that have come about on the show, and then finally, this one, I wanted to have this in Amerikaiju. In retrospect, given how what I dropped it to add, and that I ended up talking about that on the power trip, and I'm like, well, I've already committed to talking about it, so I can't really change it now. So I ended up covering the same movie twice in about a month, which was Power Rangers 2017. I regretted cutting this, but Jonathan Courtwright, who was a crazy, crazy man, he's a wild, wild man, insisted on having it on the show so much that I said, hey, I've got a Patreon slot open. Do you want to claim it for Tremors? And he said, yes. So Tremors is happening. I was like, yes, I am rectifying one of my potential mistakes from Amerikaiju. We're getting to Tremors because Tremors is fantastic.
One of the greatest. It's a throwback monster movie. It's like a throwback to the 50s where the monster isn't explained. It just is. I love it.
Yeah, and then the sequels get crazy.
Oh, well, yeah, and you can't do a sequel without Michael Gross.
Funny enough, for some odd reason, the first two were deemed worthy of release and star treatment by Arrow Video.
Mm-hmm.
First one, I understand. Why is the second one getting the same level of treatment? And I noticed that they stopped after that, so maybe they're like, part 2 didn't sell as well enough.
Fred Ward.
Yeah.
That's your reasoning, Fred Ward.
Yeah.
Because he's also,
Yeah.
He's Remo Williams. He's the Destroyer.
This is true. This is true. Now let me check to see. Oh, wait, there's still more stuff.
Okay, so you have your two answers here from Danny DiManna and Jake Hambrick.
Jake Hambrick, they got their answers. They got their answers.
Danny
we have a new person in the chat though. Yes, I want to acknowledge this. Ryan Stroud.
Dude on the top, so cute. That's you, bub. You were on top.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a tasty bit of eye candy.
Edwin Gonzalez. 3 minutes on episode.
That's for the Monster Island, the little Kaiju Island thing.
Oh, okay. The Kaiju Island. Yeah, it's 3 minutes. Every episode's only 3 minutes, and it's really only 2 minutes of story because you have opening and closing credits. Funny enough, here's the interesting thing. The theme song to Godzilla Island, which, by the way, is done with a bunch of puppets that look like Bandai figures. That's what it's notorious for. The theme song was composed by The Edge from U2. It's nuts.
Me Too? Oh.
No, U2.
Yeah, Me Too.
Yeah, got it. All
Hard eye
right, and
movement.
then we have another person in chat, Carmen, low-key, Repla Lord, Mad Handsome.
Oh,
Okay.
hey, thank you.
You will have to introduce yourself as Repla Lord.
Reptilord.
Reptilord.
That's got
All
to
right,
be an
so-
alter ego.
All right, so let's see our How Jimmy Survived stories. Unless people have we have more comments. Wait.
Now
No,
they're
bro, it's all
fighting.
Nathan. Okay. Okay. Well, so unless more people want to put in more How Jimmy Survived stories, we have Danny who says the explosion of Jimmy's ship caused a pocket to open in space-time and he fell into it Salno style. Tragically, the pocket opened into the Axis Mundi, hence his refusal to age, or a wizard did it.
That's remarkably similar to what I came up with.
And then Jake says, let me tell you a story of a man named Jimmy who was battling enemies in space when he hit on his when he got hit on his right wing. I thought that was a political statement for a second. He put a fish bowl on his head and opened a canopy and duct taped the wing together. I don't like that one, actually. Fish bowl. And then he MacGyver's the thing with duct tape. While it's still flying, apparently. Like, he just puts it on autopilot, gets up there.
If he's in space, he's not. There's no G
No,
forces.
he was on Venus.
He was. Oh, so he would be flattened against it. He could barely move. So yeah, actually using duct tape in that situation.
Have you
would
seen
be...
War in Space? They don't care about physics.
Well, I do, and that's all that matters.
Jimmy is too awesome for physics. Wait. Oh no! Oh my gosh, we got people fighting over.
They are fighting over.
They're
us.
arguing. It's, Nathan clears. Nathan,
You got to go back to the beginning of it. You got to go back to the beginning of it.
Oh wait, oh my gosh, wait. It's all Nathan. Nathan's so much cuter. Oh my gosh. Guess and then Edwin says guess Henshin Power V3 will be great practice to handle these short form episodes. Yeah. And Carmen, bro, you are delusional. Carmen says Reptilord is so damn cute. Oh my gosh. Ryan says, bro, I don't know you talking about. Nathan clears Carmen. Ryan, I will find you. Ryan, no, that's Carmen. And then Ryan, bro, pulled off. Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to ref a fight here. Reptilor definitely gets mad play if he's not already.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he is. For you, anyway. Unfortunately for you, not unfortunately for Reptilor.
I mean, I'm flexible. I am a reptile.
I
do not suffer from reptile dysfunction, though.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Took me a second. All right, Ryan, I'll run a fade on you. Like watching a pair of Zoomers fight with each other. You know? Try me, Carmen says. Ryan, nah, Nathan gets. Wow.
It's only his youth. It's only his youth, guys.
Lucky you ain't in the same room as me. Nathan gets so many. What is going on? Reptilord gets more. It's all in caps, Carmen. No way, Ryan said.
Wow.
Give Nathan every day. Ryan said. What just happened? What just happened?
I'm feeling troll energy here.
I'm definitely feeling some troll energy. I almost want to say maybe they win the How Jimmy Survived award.
He survived by being flexible.
The flexible, yeah. But I think we're gonna go back to Danny and Jake. I think is what we're gonna do. I gotta admit, MacGyvering the ship with duct tape.
I like the MacGyvering one.
Yeah, the MacGyvering one. I mean, Danny, you're great. I love you, Danny. The Axis Mundi thing, Salno style. That's great,
Mr. DiManna. Mr. DiManna, I have one thing to say to you. I think you overthought the problem.
but MacGyvering the ship.
MacGyvering, it doesn't have to last long in order to land. It just has to last as long as it lasts.
Yeah, there you go.
And that is the MacGyver way.
The MacGyver way. So, Jake, congratulations. Unless anyone wants to try to stop that. Yeah, I think we're going to give it to Jake. So you get crabs, and space squids. You get mutant crabs and space squids. There you go.
Tentacle crabs.
Tentacrabs. Tentacrabs. Oh no. Tentacrabs. All right. What's going on in the chat now? I guess it's that part of the stream now.
It is indeed.
And he flexible. He mother never really love him. What? I just English. You Nate, you flexible. I'm like semi double jointed. I will admit to that. I don't know what Nathan talking about, but I can't take. Oh my gosh, what is going on in the chat? Oh my God, this is getting weird. Yay, Jake says.
Because he won. Jake won.
That's me with the Reptile Lord, bro. What is going on? Jake Heike, handsome.
They're pulling in.
Carbon is a Flusy, just hitting on everybody.
No. He's Polly.
Polly, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I definitely overthought that problem. No question. Danny says. Edwin, I'm just gonna go off the rails in a different way. Marvel's What If might do mech for season 3. Oh no, that weirdo gimmick thing where they turned all the characters into mechs. Oh Lord, Marvel. You don't have to answer that without your lawyer, President Nathan, according to Danny. Yes.
But see, that's the beauty of it. His lawyer is always present.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just the chat's just getting weird. I think Raymond, if you're still in the chat, I think we need to talk because it's getting weird. It's getting weird. Okay. So let me bring this back up again. All right. So what are some other things I had on there? Okay. Yeah. I was also going to mention for season 5, we're going to have a lot of returning guests, including Damon. He's going to be on at least once. I know you're going to be on for your Patreon episode. Right. Trying to think if you have a second appearance.
I should. I mean, you should put me on one of the Godzilla Reduxes at least.
Yeah, I think so. I'll have to check my schedule. Once I get my data recovered. All right. And then I'm going to have several first-time guests. We're going to have Jake Hambrick and Christopher Riner. Now, Christopher Riner was on for an MIFV Max, but this will be his first mainline episode. Rizwan Merchant, who's one of the hosts of Toku Secrets. He'll be coming on for the first time.
Nice.
Jonathan Cartwright, as I mentioned, because he sponsored episode. Michael Watson and Edwin Gonzalez. Edwin claimed a slot where he could come on thanks to Damon's staying at $25 forever. Basically made a scholarship for everybody. So, Edwin there's a strong possibility Edwin will be coming on the show, which will be exciting.
Nice.
And then I've got a special announcement to make about season 5. I'm hoping this pans out. Really, really hoping this pans out.
A special interview.
MIFV is going to make its first full-length audio drama.
No! Oh, so many voices.
Well, here's the thing. We've done the season preludes. Those are about 20 minutes or so. That's nice and all. This would be, in my, probably closer to an hour. I was thinking 45 minutes to an hour. I don't know. I haven't even started writing the script yet. It's really only an outline. And here's the other thing. This is going to be like an MIFV presents. It will not be canon to the show.
Oh, okay.
But Damon, I do want you in it. You might be wondering, what the heck is this? It's Gamera Saves Christmas. I did not come up with this idea. This goes to my friend Joy Metter, Joe's wife. She just randomly told me one day, she's like, hey, I got an idea. What's that? Gamera Saves Christmas. That's all she said to me.
That's enough.
And I'm like, Joy, why did you tell that to me? Because my brain is already churning. Why? So we're gonna work on the script together. I would like to have it out by Christmas 2025 to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Gamera.
Has anybody claimed Krampus yet?
No. I was thinking, because that the little story here. So I'm going to direct it. The cast will have a lot of our MIFV mainstays. The kind of logline plot that still needs to be fleshed out, admittedly, is a cynical teenage girl and her younger twin siblings get lost in the North Pole just before Santa's evil brother, Krampus, makes a hostile takeover using a monster. Will the long-thought dead Gamera return in time to help them?
Probably.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have no show.
Otherwise, yeah. So basically, this is going to be a sequel to Showa Gamera. I will be treating Super Monster as if it is canon. Some people doubt whether it's canon or not. I'm going to say it is, and that Gamera has not been seen for 45 years. So he's just assumed to be dead. And Krampus will be our villain, and he'll have a kaiju minion, basically. I was thinking either you could be Krampus. If you want to audition for Krampus, I won't stop you. I was also thinking you might be fun for Santa Claus. Santa will be in it.
Ho, ho. My lumbago. Santa isn't as young as he used to be.
Yeah. unless you're what's his name in Red 1 where he's pumping iron. What is his name? It's the guy who played J. Jonah Jameson.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons, yeah, he's Santa Claus and he's like skinny and buff.
Well, because Father Christmas is tall and skinny because he's based on the actual St. Nicholas, who was tall and skinny. So
yeah,
And
actually, one of my favorite St. Nicholas stories is he was at the Council of Nicaea, and he got into a theological argument with one of the other guys there, and then basically said, "You're a heretic." Walked over to the guy and punched him in the face.
Things were wild and woolly back then.
A little bit. So that'll be a thing that's going to be developed over the course of hopefully of 2025, and we'll have it out, like I said, for Christmas 2025, celebrate the 60th anniversary. I'm going to be curious to see how this turns out. Really curious.
It will be fantastic, and it will.
Oh yeah. I just got to figure out, who my characters are going to be and then figure out, do I do auditions or do I just offer it to people and be like, hey, you
read your talent, right? Get over
here. Yeah. Something like that. So there you go. There you go. So that's kind of the plan that we got here. It'll be ambitious, but I'm really looking forward to it. Sometimes I worry that I bite off more than I can chew. But, I think I kind of like it that way, to be honest.
He likes being on the edge, folks.
On the edge. Oh, we do have a comment here from Ryan says he's done trolling. Sure, dude. But because you're probably scared of Raymond, I have the power of attorney. That needs to be his new catchphrase. I need him to do that. I need him to start a conversation now where he says, I have the power of attorney.
Gary, my legal pad.
Then he holds it up over his head.
Indeed. Or should it be
you know what this means? That means we have to give him a rival lawyer with a really high-pitched voice.
I have nothing to say on that. That's the skeleturny.
Skeleton. The skeleturny.
Yes. He defends the Mott Priester.
Ooh, that would be so crazy. that would be so crazy. And then he just walks up and he just gives an argument, and then he just stands there and pauses, and then he just runs away and says, "Until we meet again." And they're like, "Wait, the trial's not over."
Come back with your fuzzy pants.
Okay. Edwin says, "What was in the eggnog? Look, this won't be Christmas Dragon." Oh my gosh, Christmas Dragon.
Oy.
He's already giving me suggestions for casting now too.
Yep.
There's some good ones in there. Oh, James Santana, he finally commented again. I'm late, back and forth to the party. Yeah, it's all right, man. You can watch the VOD or listen to the 4+ hours of the audio version.
Yeah, you missed the trolls that were in the comment section.
Yeah, the trolls, those were nutty. Those were nutty.
I don't know whether to feel used or, complimented. It was weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. But actually, speaking of weird, something got snuck into that folder that I used to listen to Edwin's stuff. I don't know what this is. Want me to play it?
Might as well. Got nothing left.
I say we gotta wrap up here, but
yeah.
And by the way, everybody who won prizes, make sure you message me your addresses so that I can send you all of your stuff.
We need to know.
We need to know. Yeah, but anyway, let's see what this is. I need to. Where's screen share? I don't know what this is. What the heck is this?
Ah, that's 777. Well,
that's not 7. It looks like 7, but that's not 7.
It's Punk Rock 7.
Punk Rock 7?
7.5.
7.5. Well, there you go. Okay, I guess I'll play it.
I am Ultraman New. I have come to this island of monsters because a great evil has infested it. Evil that I will purge so that I may reclaim my honor and return to my home, the land of light. It's time to take this up a notch. Swatch!
What the heck was that?
Apparently he wants a late 1980s, early 90s wristwatch. I believe they called those swatches. Okay. Or maybe that's what he's powered by. I don't know. Ultra Warburton.
Ultra Warburton. You're not wrong, Danny. I guess MIFV is going to have its own Ultraman because we're talking about Ultraman movies.
Huh. We could do worse.
We could do worse.
It could be a horde of Bolton Saiyans.
That would be horrifying.
Or even worse, Dada.
Actually, you know what's probably worse than all of them?
Pigmon.
No, not Pigmon. No. Because that's just, you would just die from cuteness. I mean, I can handle that. No, Bolton.
Bolton Saiyan, yeah.
No, not Bolton. Bolton.
Bolton? I don't think I'm
That's
familiar with that.
That's the big blue thing that looks like a disembodied heart and it warps reality around it.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. I'm an old
That's
person.
in the original Ultraman.
Are you sure, young?
I just saw it again this week, getting ready for Henshin Power.
I like War Bolton.
War Bolton. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna do.
Danny says, "I'm very tired." We all are.
We all are.
I am. It actually is a little bit past my bedtime. I do have.
We should probably bring this to a close.
Yeah, but I do want to. I know you and I have been talking a lot about the show and everything, and you've said it before on here, but as the executive producer, as a patron, as one of my biggest fans, and I'm not joking when I say that you really are one of my biggest fans, if not my biggest fan. It's like between you and Edwin, like you and Edwin are competing.
I'm also your biggest cheerleader.
It's between you, Edwin, and Chris. And Jake might, it's like he's in 4th place, but not by a lot, I would say. Yeah. Jake says yes, same. I have to be up in 4 hours. Yeah. So, I want to at least, I was saying like, hey, people, leave comments in the chat, about, talking about, why
the Monster Island Film Vault is important to you, and if anybody wants to take a minute to do that, go ahead. But I want to give you the floor for a second. I know, like you said, you've been talking with me for 4 hours. You've said it before, but I want to give you an opportunity.
When I was growing up, you had to hide that you liked Godzilla. You had to hide that you liked anime. What they didn't call anime.
The
back then.
Panimation.
Yeah. You could not express it at all. That led to schoolyard beatings, even in Catholic school. It has been one of the greatest joys I've ever had as a kaiju fan to see that change and to see that the general public with the Monsterverse is actually turned around. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. A lot of us kaiju kids, Gen X kaiju kids, are now coming out of the woodwork. I mean, Kaiju Cast was the biggest thing too, because he's my age, and he pulled a lot of Gen Xers kicking and screaming out into the public, out into the light. And you, being from a completely different generation, did not necessarily have that fear of expressing your love of something that can at times be incredibly childish or childlike. And I gravitated toward that instantly. And I'm at a point in my life where I don't give two rat spits for what other people think anymore. Hell, my license plate is kaiju. So
Oh, you have a vanity plate?
I pay for the vanity plate.
That is a whole other level.
I tried to get Gojira, but someone already had it in Oregon. So
what?
Yeah, I even thought Rodan. It's like, no, I don't love Rodan as much. Kaiju, and she says, yeah, Kaiju's available. So I'll take it because it's more generic. It's broader. It's more accepting of everything.
Kaiju. Now I'm gonna have to try anyway.
So the willingness to share your geekness. You obviously, as I said before, you weren't my first. That was Kaiju Cast.
That was most people's
first because he's the granddaddy of them all.
He is. I've talked with Kyle Younton.
Yeah.
He said that he was not the first, but he only missed it by a little, but he outlasted the guy who did it first.
Yeah, definitely. And he also brought it to a close when he was done. He could have gone on, but he's like, I'm done.
Now he's doing Collect All Monsters now, and he's moved to Japan, and Kyle's doing very well for himself.
Oh, I'm not saying that he's not.
Oh, he's not. He's still one of my dream guests to get on the podcast, but I think unless something happens that might be a little too late for that because he's just so incredibly busy. But I have the utmost respect for him.
Absolutely.
Listening to Kaiju Cast was a big inspiration, especially early on for the show, and why I wanted to do it, and some of the things that I did, especially early on. And there's other influences that have come into that, and for me right now, besides Kyle, the other elder statesman, we'll say, for Kaiju Podcast, I would say, is Luke Giaconetti.
Yeah.
Now Luke was not as prolific as Kyle, but he was doing it about as long. Like he started not too long after Kyle did.
Right.
And yeah, I love Luke. I want him on the show more often. I love Luke.
You got to get both of them. You got to get both Luke and his brother.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, I've had Luke and his brother.
Yeah, that's true.
Ghidorah the three-headed monster. And
three-headed co-host.
A three-headed co-host, and it was hard to keep up with the two of them.
They're quick. Yeah.
They're quick. But anyway, you were saying.
Just, it's heartening, and I hope it doesn't ever backslide, that this love of giant rubber-suited monsters, or now CGI monsters, or whatever, it ends up being puppet monsters. I hope it continues to spread. I hope people continue to discover both the genre and your podcast, because part of what drew me to your podcast was not only the love of the movies themselves and the genre, but also the intense research you do, which is fantastic. As well as the drama sequences or the story sequences because I'm an actor. So I was, of course, gravitate towards that. And the fact that you glommed onto me early on as a voice, starting with one and now multiples, is, you know, it's a nice little slice of the dream come true. And you facilitated that simply because I watched you live stream Shadow of Colossus, which I didn't have to do. My wife was a little upset that I was doing that instead of helping her around the kitchen, but yeah, but she understands and she actually likes you a lot too. And
yeah, I'd love to meet her too.
Oh, she there's a lot of these vocal people who are all over the country who she says, I've got to meet these people. You're spending way too much time with them.
Yeah. If I may, kind of interject a little bit.
Sure.
And I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. The hearing people talk about what the show means to them, not just the listeners, but people like you who've been on the show and been able to participate, and finding out that this, the silly little thing is something that they're taking and they're using professionally. Like you've told me every time you're on the show, whether it's as a host or an actor, you're adding that to your resume so that you can use that to go get gigs. It's inspired you to think about starting your own podcast. And I know that as time has gone on, you've been getting more and more serious about that. And I'm really excited for you. And when I find out, hearing Edwin talking about, I've been cited as a source in an academic paper, man. I've been cited as a source. That's exciting for me, in a weird way, but, finding out that, or finding out from Neil that, he lost his job for a while for really stupid reasons. Like he got fired for the dumbest of reasons and he knew it was coming, but, he bit the bullet. And, he took it like a champ. And then there was that interim where he was unemployed. And he told me he just happened to see that I had just started releasing episodes about the Heisei Gamera trilogy. And he's like, I need this. And he started listening to it because he needed to hear someone talk about something that he loved.
Yeah.
To take his mind off of things. And, if you ever ask Neil that story, he'll almost cry telling it to you. So, and I'm like, really? It was that important to you? Like, I was shocked to find out it meant that much to him. So finding out about stuff like that, I'm by inviting people to play in the sandbox, as much as the Film Vault is me, there's a lot of what the Film Vault is that came from other people that I took it and I ran with it and I figured out how to make it work.
Yeah.
Whether it is the film discussions or the story segments, because this podcast, probably more than anything else, is I'm a creative dynamo. Like I am just doing stuff like crazy. I'm always, I'm writing books, I'm doing all these things. But the Film Vault is one of those places, probably more than anything else that I'm doing in my life, where my analytical brain and my creative brain get to play together. At least do it the most, which has been fascinating to see.
I think it's also the fact that you get to talk to people like you, people who have that same, I don't want to call it a sickness because we don't suffer from it.
Yeah.
We embrace it. I used to suffer in silence by myself, but that's just it.
I will say Gen X might have been, I think, was probably the last generation to deal with that. I think it carried over for a bit for millennials like myself.
Some of them, yeah.
for myself, but mine was the generation that started shifting it into a positive direction,
which we appreciate. If I may speak for Gen X, yes, thank you. Because it made a bunch of us finally realize that we didn't have to hide that anymore. We could break out our Maru-sans and our Bandais and actually put them out and have people not go, what the fuck? Why do you have toys? Sorry about that. F-bomb there.
Yeah, jet.
That's from my own life. I actually had, I dated someone. One date, we had to stop by my apartment when I had an apartment. She walks in. I'm in my room getting whatever I need to get. I hear her kind of walking around my apartment, and I hear her sotto voce, not really saying it out loud, but saying it out loud. Oh yeah, all this stuff has to go. First date, and she's trying to get rid of my identity. It's like, I took her home instantly. But
yeah, I would do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So the fact that you have, I don't know, you've converged, you've become a part of a central point where all the rest of us orbit around, and then we're meeting each other. Like, I love having discussions with Danny now. I was reading his stuff before I even knew about your podcast, before you even had a podcast, probably. I mean, I was reading his stuff on his website back when I was looking for all things Godzilla. And now I get to talk to the guy. So, yay. That's fantastic. And I would never have had that opportunity had it not been for this podcast.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm also been happy to say that for the most part, not so much with the Film Vault, but with some of the other projects that I've been involved with in the fandom, how positive a force MIFV has been, and how thankfully, for the most part, it has been drama free.
We try.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, there were some flare ups in 2020, but everybody was having flare ups in 2020.
Yeah.
But, other than moments like that, moments like that, this has been, I would say a very positive force in the fandom. And I've taken a lot of pride in that. I'm not trying to, push an agenda, like I hear on some of the other podcasts where even popular kaiju podcasts. And I'm like, I didn't come here to hear you guys complain about politics. I came here to hear you talk about a movie. Can you stop? Please stop. Please stop. Please. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like, it's tangential. It's not what people are here for. We'll talk about politics. We'll talk about history, but it's to put things into perspective. It's not to, turn this into, can't remember his name now. Suddenly it's late. Joe Rogan. I'm not aiming to be Joe Rogan here. Okay. It's not my goal.
Well, here's the thing. And again, like you said, keep politics out of it, at least that don't have anything to do with the genre.
Mm-hmm.
You can't talk about Return of Godzilla 85, unless you talk about the Cold War.
Yeah, that's
you just can't.
But
So
that's an historical
exactly
fact that must be discussed.
Right. And it can be, depending on the people who are listening, it can be a very touchy subject for some of them, some like me who lived through it. It's not touchy for me because, I'm over it. I'm Gen X. Like, I don't care.
Yeah. I barely even remember any of the Cold War. So
yeah,
I was way too young.
You don't remember.
I technically was born during the Cold War, but I barely remember any of it.
Yeah, you'll never know the joy of growing up knowing that you were going to die at any moment in a nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, I never dealt with that.
Gen X trauma.
Nope.
Next on This Kaiju and You. Anyway, I have to skedaddle, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it is close.
There's I'm just gonna look over a couple of quick comments.
Okay.
Hopefully, and then
I didn't want to leave you in the lurch. So
no, it's fine. But we've got a book here from Edwin. Let's try to get through it. So your flagship show helped me power through tough shifts. 2 episodes helped me when I was screwing around with my thesis with a faint idea. Helped me get the idea and then finish the section. That's that was in his audio feedback. The Monster Island Asylum episode was a resource for my thesis. Yeah, he brought that up. So and now let me see. I've gotten into some franchises and really got back into one, and now I see Toku connections I never saw before in American shows. You're welcome. Yeah, the Entertain Enlightened. Thanks, Nate, and thank you to your cast for all the characters, past, present, and original and not. The characters you didn't create, you still added to and did more with them. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm waiting for somebody at Toho to find out that I've been using Jimmy from NASA on this show for 5 years, and they're gonna be like, "Huh?
What?
That's one of our characters? Yeah. What? From what movie? The War in Space? We made that one." Yes, sir. In 1977, people still care about that. And Godzilla's not. Is Godzilla in it? No. And why do people care? Yeah, and for the characters yet to come, it won't be spoiled. Hello, yeah. He's editing himself. Jake, your shirt gets me through work, and I love the entertainment and knowledge you put into your episodes and through your podcast. We became friends, and didn't have anybody to talk to about kaiju with. Yeah, I actually got to meet Jake for the first time actually at G-Fest. That was, and we roomed together. We were roomies for the weekend.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was fun. Well, Matt Walsh, but not that Matt Walsh, was the other roommate we had along with my brother Jared. So
yeah, as long as it wasn't that Matt Walsh.
Yeah, that's he told me he's a stage actor, and he told me that everything was fine until a couple of years ago, and then like people, he would get introduced to new people, and they would be part of the LGBT community, and as soon as they heard his name, they just hated him. He's like, what did I do? What did I do?
Oh man,
and then that's when he discovered the other Matt Walsh. He's like, oh, that guy, that's why.
He should just start calling himself not that Matt Walsh.
That's actually, he kind of has now. Yeah, and then one more from Daniel. It's been a pleasure getting to know you too, my friend. Thank you for the kind words.
Oh.
Yeah. We rag on Danny, and
Danny rags right
back. Danny. Well, I said earlier, Danny has mean streaks, but it's always in jest.
Of course,
Danny has exactly 0 mean bones in his body, and it's why we love him.
Yeah, y'all good people.
Yeah, and you know what? Getting to know good people like you and all the listeners and the patrons and all that, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Oh, no, we're the good ones. We're not the toxic ones.
Yeah, and Godzilla. All right.
Googly.
But yeah, it's been great celebrating the show with you guys. We almost went 1 hour for every year. So close. But, there's a lot to look forward to. And like I said, by the end of the week, episode 98 should be out. You also get a new story segment shortly, either same day or shortly after that, depending on how editing goes the next few days. Megalon next week, hopefully, and then big old triple digits.
Woohoo!
In hopefully the next few weeks, and then we got to power our way through the rest of the year, and a lot of great stuff in store for you. Can't wait to share it with you all.
Looking forward to it.
All right. Sayonara, everybody. Good night, and good Lord, get some sleep.